All right, now the YouTube people are online as well. So we've got YouTube and Zoom and a live audience all in one. Ladies and gents, let's give some recognition to our sponsors and associates making transport technology in Cape Town, the event itself, possible today, together with City of Cape Town. I would like to show you that those are our main sponsors and associates, and I'm quickly going to run through them and tell you a little bit more about them. So we've got formal associates, that those are industry bodies that's part of the Transport Forum. Obviously, there are many others also involved with the Transport Forum, but these are in formal agreement with the Transport Forum. And we're quickly going to run through them. We've got the Multimodal Inland Port Association. We've got the African Rail Industry, the African Rail Industry Association. It's Marcella and Tlapo and her team. You can see they're doing lots of good work in terms of third-party access to the country's railway network. Thank you very much, Ria, for your support. We've got the South African Association of Freight Forwarders. They shared a little video with us.
What does it take to compete on the world stage? To go head-to-head with the best of the best? Excellence, agility, resilience, the willingness to keep on evolving. Takes courageous leadership to be bold and chart the course, to connect the dots, bringing stakeholders together, to overcome the hurdles we all face, and to deliver best practice. It's about business at the click of a button, delivering at the speed of the internet, connecting people, products, and places, strengthening our supply chains, faster and more cost-effective than ever. Since 1921, we've given voice and vision to the freight forwarding industry, navigating the tides of international trade, evolving ever more sophisticated supply chains, bridging local and global markets to move our economy forward. Welcome to our world. The South African Association of Freight Forwarders, architects of transport for over a century.
Thank you, Dr. Unita Maria, for you and your team. We've got the African Women in Supply Chain Association. We've also got the South African Express Parcel Association, the representative body of voice of the express delivery industry in South Africa. We've got a South African Bus Operators Association. They represent the bus and the coach industry in South Africa. They played a major role in social and economic development of our country. We've got the Road Freight Association. You can see they say without trucks, South Africa stops. We've also got the Safest Stops Association, uniting minds, sharing vision and resources, uplifting well-being, boosting road safety for South Africa's commercial drivers. And recently, we've been joined by the International Women in Transport Association. So these are the formal associations in association with the Transport Forum. We also got formal agreements with the following media houses. First one there is Freight News. You can see news and features for import and export decision makers, all about the logistics industry. And obviously these magazines, you'll find all the links on the Transport Forum's website for all these associations and links. If you're not subscribed to these magazines, you're obviously losing out big time. Ask me, you will be losing out big time. So thank you very much, Freight News, for your support. They've actually been supporting the Transport Forum since inception in 2007, March 2007. We've got the Railways Africa magazine. There's the African Continent Special Trade, Technical, Business to Business, online publication covering all aspects of the rail sector. We've got Focus on Transport and Logistics. So as they say, it's South Africa's oldest and leading transport magazine. We've also got Engineering News from Crema Media. And they usually share with us news updates. So let's have a look at the news updates.
Hello and welcome to this week's edition of the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, published on Friday, 11 October 2024. In this week's cover article, Engineering News and Mining Weekly writer Sabrina Jardim explains how DigiMine is building the next generation of tech-savvy and socially aware mining engineers. As the global mining industry increasingly adopts technology such as AI and automation, partnerships between academia and industry are poised to play a pivotal role in ensuring the continuous professional development of mining engineers. The Engineering News features focus on pumps, where a strategic approach enables effective dewatering, and Transport Month, where a new payment system contract is signed for non-conventional public transport users. The Mining Weekly features focus on mining in West Africa, where added regional focus is key in a miner's strategic priorities. And Motors, Drives and Mechanical Power Transmission, where redesigned brakes offer improved performance. This week's business leader is Klaus Plenge, the MD of Tetra Pak Southern Africa. And as this week's cartoon shows, the lack of grid capacity has emerged as a key constraint to South Africa's renewable energy ambitions. There's still no obvious agreement on the model that could be used to add capacity through independent power transmission projects. So policymakers will have to show skill and agility if they're to navigate this balancing act. We hope you enjoy this week's edition of Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Be sure to subscribe to the magazine that offers you in-depth news about developments in the real economy by emailing subscriptions at engineeringnews.co.za. Happy reading and see you next time.
Thank you, Engineering News. Ladies and gents, now we're going to have a look at our sponsors, and our platinum sponsor of the Transport Forum since inception is Ctrack, and they've also shared a nice video with us.
A lot has changed in the 4 decades that we've been keeping vehicles and business equipment safe and always visible. We've learned a thing or two along the way. That's why our focus is firmly on the future. A future that goes beyond just tracking and reporting, challenging the status quo and exploring what the power of technology combined with AI can unlock for your business. Because talking did not earn us the reputation of being the leader in fleet telematics solutions. Pushing boundaries with constant innovation did, and putting our customers first by asking, what if, what's next, and what's possible? For the power of foresight over hindsight to plan ahead and make smarter decisions. What if you could predict the optimal route to increase on-time deliveries and significantly reduce long-term maintenance? What if you could predict the best tractor speed on the day to reduce wasted spray and cover more ground with precision? Or if something as trivial as a few centimeters could predict the difference between maximum efficiency or maximum risk? Because in our world, and likely in yours too, having insights that can be used as foresight with a crystal clear view of the future is the only thing that matters to remain ahead for better control, better efficiencies, and better overall performance. Telematics and AI solution that goes beyond tracking and reporting. Step into the future with Crystal by Ctrack and experience the power to predict.
Power to Predict by Crystal, Ctrack. Thank you very much, Ctrack. Bidair Cargo, another valued gold sponsor of the Transport Forum.
In the world of express freight, there's one name that stands above the rest: Bidair Cargo. Our airport-to-airport line haul service is the backbone of South Africa's express freight industry. At Bidair Cargo, we don't just deliver cargo. We go the extra mile to ensure a seamless and efficient experience in South Africa. With our unwavering commitment to excellence and improved technology, we handle your cargo with utmost care and deliver it on time, every time. Our dedication to service excellence is what sets us apart. We live by our core values of service excellence, mutual respect, integrity, and accountability. When you choose Bid Air Cargo, you're choosing a partner that takes pride in going above and beyond for your freight needs. From pharmaceuticals to perishable goods, automotive parts to live animal transportation, we handle a diverse range of commodities. Our attention to detail and precision ensure that your cargo arrives in perfect condition, no matter what it is. Our dedicated teams work tirelessly to guarantee the safety and efficient transport of your cargo. We leave no stone unturned to ensure your freight arrives at its destination intact and on time. With our advanced track and trace system, you can monitor your shipments in real time. Stay informed about the whereabouts of your cargo with just a few clicks. Our goal is to provide you with peace of mind and complete transparency throughout the entire journey. We understand that time is of the essence for our valued customers. That's why we offer a user-friendly online portal that simplifies the documentation process. Obtain quotations and create e-labels with ease, saving you valuable time and effort. Whether you have a small package or a large shipment, Bid Air Cargo handles it all with equal care and precision. Our ISO certification is a testament to our commitment to quality and professionalism. We don't just excel in domestic express freight, we also cater to your international cargo needs. No matter the size of your business, whether you're a small enterprise or a multinational corporation, you can trust us to handle your cargo with the same level of dedication and attention to detail. Connect with us today and discover the difference our innovative technology, seamless tracking, and customer-oriented approach will make to your operation. Bid Air Cargo, same-day express every day, overnight express every night.
Right, thank you, Bid Air Cargo. Another gold sponsor, Control Fleet.
At Control Fleet, innovation is at the heart of every decision we make. We execute like never before. Our features include planning, scheduling, driver application, and our value proposition is continuous value and execution for you. We love logistics and transport operations, our clients, and our aim is to provide them with new age technology, innovate their business, and take them to the future.
Thank you, Control Fleet. Another gold sponsor, Unitrans.
Africa and its people are going places, navigating new ways that move the vibrant continent forward. Unitrans puts them on the road to productivity, growth, and success, helping them get there safe and on time. We move millions of people across Africa, providing secure and innovative transport solutions that connect families and businesses, get learners to schools, students to universities, and employees to their places of work. We partner with independent operators, supporting and empowering them through advanced technology systems that enable their growth. Working with all industry stakeholders, we build the greater transport industry, expanding the essential network needed to move people safely. We are a trusted, innovative transport solution specialist with a purpose. Our belief in the power of doing accelerates economic progress across the continent and moves people towards their most prosperous future.
Thank you, Unitrans. Ladies and gents, the University of Johannesburg, the Department of Transport and Supply Chain Management, also been part of the Transport Forum since inception. So we thank Prof. Jackie Walters, Prof. Nolene Pisa and team for also helping us a lot and also mentoring myself. Really appreciate all your support. Data Noble, great company. Should you need more intelligence on your customers and your products out there, what's the perception in the industry about your customers? And what might you have to deliver more? Where can you improve your services? Data Noble is the company to talk to. As I said to you, these companies, the links are on the Transport Forum website. We also got a gold sponsor, Go Metro. You can see they revolutionize your fleet management with instant real-time insights. These people are masters of artificial intelligence. So somebody can mute there, Jan. Jan? Just mute somebody there. Thank you. Right, we've got Kuba. They're transforming ticketing. You can see they're part of the ICA Mobility Group, which enables public and private transport to move into the digital era. Journey planning, smart ticketing, streamlining electronic payment, shaping the digital transformation of the mobility sector. Thank you very much, Kuba, for your gold sponsorship. Another gold sponsor is Standard Bank. You can see over 160 years of experience. They believe that dreams matter and that together we can make them a reality. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. Also, Kathy Bell with her team, also very much involved in the road transport management system. Great work they're doing. Thank you very much, Standard Bank. Global Trade Solution, innovative solutions transforming the global supply chain. You can see they're doing consulting and strategy, software solutions, and specialized services. Thank you very much, Global Trade Solution. Zutari, they say impact engineered, so they're consulting engineers of note. Many years also gold sponsor of the Transport Forum. Thank you for your great support. JC Auditors, let's have a look at their little video.
Welcome to JC Auditors, your trusted partner in road freight certification solutions. At JCA, we offer a single integrated solution for road freight companies, enabling you to achieve all your compliance and certification requirements. Our focus on the South African national standard, RTMS, ensures your fleet meets the high standards in safety, efficiency, and sustainability. Promoting vehicle safety and fostering safe driving behavior are keys to RTMS success. With a national presence of a growing footprint in the SADC regions, JCA is your local and regional expert in road transport compliance. Our certificates are SANAS accredited and IAF aligned, so rest assured that JC Auditors certifications are recognized globally. Our team of professional road transport experts brings unparalleled experience and dedication to every client, ensuring your company is always compliant. Having conducted over 10,000 audits in the last 15 years, JCA's expertise is proven, tried, and trusted across the industry. We proudly serve South Africa's leading road freight companies, along with a host of other forward-thinking and ambitious transporters, driving road transport excellence. Join the many satisfied clients who trust JC Auditors for their road freight certification needs, including RTMS, ISO 9001, and more. Visit us at www.jcauditors.com and drive your business forward with confidence.
All about self-regulation. You can't self-regulate if all the standards not in place and you don't know what you're doing. So thank you very much, JC Auditors. We've got Easy Clear software solutions for customs clearing, freight forwarding, and logistics providers covering air, sea, road, and rail. Thank you very much, Easy Clear. Ticket Pro, I've got two brands with the Transport Forum, Ticket Pro Travel. You can see it's a convenient online booking tool. You can see the ticketprotravel.co.za. They say, yeah, no contract, no hidden fees, just good business with straightforward, fair pricing. So thank you very much, Ticket Pro Travel. They also have Ticket Pro Smart Tab. The Smart Tab solution, you can see, includes key features like comprehensive route management, flexible passenger payment methods, flexible route and fare product setup, shift and dispatch management, cashier system, inspection tools, and comprehensive management information system reports. Thank you very much, Smart Tab. We've got Internet of Things integration, so relevant for the world we live in today. Thank you, Nat. Thank you very much. Internet integration of, sorry, I'm getting confused. Internet of Things integration. There we go. You've got In Control, your control center.
Our shipment process allows you to automate tasks that once required manual paperwork, WhatsApp messages, and phone calls. With streamlined electronic workflows and detailed reports, you can reduce administrative time by up to 50%, speed up invoice turnaround by 75%, and boost customer satisfaction with real-time updates. Shipment process types includes contract shipments, ad hoc truck hire, cross-border shipments, and rigging shipments. Our RTMS software allows you to automate data collection effortlessly, guarantee accurate calculations, and instantly generate reports on RTMS compliance. Measure and manage your fleet the In Control way.
Right. Ladies and gents, let's give the sponsors a big hand. Making the Transport Forum possible. Ladies and gents, I just want to also remind you of the Transport Forum's business directory. We're getting very good feedback from this. Getting your company listed in the business directory. You can see there's Olga Mashilu's number. She will help you to get your company listed. And you can see it's a very well categorized directory. And when you go on the Transport website, you can see all the hits these companies are getting. And there's only 450 rands per year to be listed in this directory. So that's not a lot of money. This entire initiative is one of our BEE initiatives been outsourced to Olga's company. She even invoices you straight. It's complete outsourced to a company to run the business directory for the Transport Forum. So great opportunity there. So just a reminder, the transportseek.com website, that's where you will find all the information and all the presentations you see being presented at the Transport Forum, you can download from there. So what you need to do, you need to log in. You'll see to the left of your screen on the internet, you'll see there's username and password to log in before you can download the presentations. Why? Because that's how I get your information in my, you see, so I can spam you again. That's the deal, right? So thank you very much for having me in your inbox. We really appreciate that. And we stick to our POPI policy, I can promise you that. Ladies and gents, should you not have an account with the Transport Forum, a complimentary account, you can then register by clicking there on sign up, and it'll take you through a simple little registration process where you create your own username and password. Once you've done that, you can log in. You can go to events, you select downloads, and then it'll give you a little search engine, simple little search engine, but very powerful. 2 ways to search. The top field there, find by title or description. You type in there any title of topic or person, surname or whatever, and you hit search, and it'll take you through all 900 and something presentations presented over the past almost 18 years, and you can download for free. Very powerful. Or you can select category, select the date of the event, and it will bring up all the presentations for that day. So very powerful. We're very proud of this knowledge base. I think internationally we're getting quite recognition for this knowledge base we've built up over the years. So that brings us back to our program for today. Transport technology in Cape Town. And without any further ado, I would like to introduce you to our host today, Darlene Campbell, and she's the Executive Director, Urban Mobility for City of Cape Town. Darlene, thank you very much. Take us into the event.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome in Cape Town. We've made sure that you have excellent weather, those of you that went on the bus tour. I hope you got views of the mountain from all the sides, and especially our visitors from other provinces and cities as well. You're very welcome in Cape Town. Just from my side, I see Councillor Mikhail Manuel has just left the room to take a call, but he's our portfolio committee member. He's also a civil engineer, and we also have a transport qualification from UCT, and is a very avid member of Transport Forum as well. So I wanted to just welcome him as well today. Then Harry, thank you for having the last day of Transport Month here with us. We are proud to showcase, first of all, the MyCity service to you this morning. I hope that you've enjoyed your bus trip and also seeing the innovation that we are implementing already on our bus routes for MyCity. But more important, you're going to see quite a lot of other innovations. Now, the Cape Town Urban Mobility Directorate consists of 5 departments. The first one is, I'm just going to mention it to you so that you also know it is not just MyCity or the innovation that you're going to see. It is transport planning and network management, which is headed by Neil Slinger, the director for that department. And they do, of course, all our transport planning, our CITPs. And in there is also a lot of innovation that you're not going to see today, as well as in all the traffic signaling and the innovations that you've seen on the bus route. Secondly, we've got Marius Wist here, and he is the transport infrastructure implementation. So he builds all the new stuff. Also, then this morning, the mayor went to the Sky Circle, which is part of our Phase 2A construction taking place at the moment. The biggest public transport project in Africa in terms of infrastructure investment at the moment. Then I've also got public transport. Where's Andrew? He got lost. Okay, he's outside. Andrew Harris is acting in that position. And that includes both Dial and Ride, which is a very niche service, as well as MyCity, and all the negotiations and everything that happens there. Then we've got Hilton Scholes there at the back, and he is responsible for road infrastructure management as well as for the stormwater. So I don't think you have seen any potholes on your way in or out. I didn't see any, and I was very thankful. And that is the reason why, because we put a lot of effort into making sure that our road maintenance is happening. And then lastly, we've also got what you call a shared services department with Harold Peters as director. And that is where we do HR, all our compliance issues, but also, and that's why I've asked you guys to come in. And it's also our communications and public facing specifically department. And under the leadership of Danny Kitch, she's not here today, but I think you're very glad it's the 31st of October. We had a very, very busy month. But this is an amazing team. They're not all here today, but I wanted to thank you specifically for all the work that you've put into this event, but also in all the other events. It's really appreciated and it's seen. And I would like you all to give them a round of applause, please. Now, our 2 speakers today, Bernard Oosthuizen and Biondelo Leone, there he's at the back. I was looking for him. They're going to tell you about all the innovative things that we're doing. But like I say, we can have a few more of these sessions with other innovations that we're busy with. And these is the ones that we implemented and starting to implement. But then we're also looking at innovation in terms of our ticketing systems. We're looking at a lot of different ways to actually make life easier. Somebody asked me in the bus if we're using AI yet. Yes, we're starting to use AI in certain areas, but most of the AI here is internal intelligence that is absolutely brilliant officials in the city of Cape Town. And I thank them every day for what they are doing and the diligence that they and the accountability that they take for their work. So without further ado, then, Harry, over to you.
Thank you so much, Dalian. Such a privilege being here. Yes, there we go. We're programmed in. We've been looking forward to listening to Bernard Oosthuizen. He's the head of Transport Network Technology of City of Cape Town. He's going to talk about smart technologies used by MyCity, including Q&A session. Thank you, Bernard.
Good afternoon. I'm normally not late, but I see I've got less than 40 minutes, so my time is up. I hope I've still got my 40 minutes, because I've got at least 40 minutes. I need at least 40 minutes to talk here. Time to speak freely about my passion, and I won't be stopped. So, yeah, we had a chat on the bus with a fellow electrical engineer. The urban mobility or transport is normally only civil engineers. Now, I'm an electrical engineer there. One of the things that there's some feedback. Yeah, one of the things I like is that a difference between electrical engineer and the civil engineer is I never get into argument with the civil engineers. We only explain to them why we are right. And where's the electrical engineer? You will know about it. Okay, so I'm now 33 years in council, and my biggest or longest term, I was involved with traffic signals. And to me, you've got the roads, and then you need something intelligent to control it, and that is where ITS all started, is with traffic signals. So the history of traffic signals. The first part is a bit boring about the history, but I think we need to do it. It was in 1886 that the railway signal engineer, electrical guy, J.P. Knight, installed the first trail device outside the House of Parliament in London to control, listen carefully, the steadily increase in horse-drawn traffic. That was not very long ago. So that is what it looked like. The problem was that this invention operated by gas and soon exploded with enough force to kill a patrolling policeman. So luckily our loops, that doesn't work like that anymore. So back to the drawing board, unfortunately. Then the Americans then began leading the way in traffic technology as Britain shielded away from the apparently dangerous device. A working model was up and running in Cleveland by 1914 and took over a decade for the UK to catch up. It was a Utah police officer called Lester Wire who invented it. No doubt wary of the hazards, and it had already presented in his profession. That is a drawing of engineering drawing of what it looked like. But what we are sure of is that in 1926, a British version was safely operated in Piccadilly Circus, although again manually operated by a very worried-looking police officers. I can understand why. Even the non-manual vehicle activated ones. They didn't seem to put the inventors off because of this date. On the 3rd of August 2016, there were 25,000 traffic signals in throughout the UK. Okay, so South Africa have to come in there at some stage. So this is what happened in South Africa with the history of traffic signals. In 1927, an industrialist named Isidor Schlesinger installed Johannesburg's first traffic light. It drew crowds of onlookers, but was short-lived. Same thing that happens today. Errant motorists soon knocked it down. Okay, nowadays we put yellow stickers on the poles for the people to see it. In the city of Cape Town, the first three traffic signals were installed in January 1932. The one was in Darling Street near Castle. Traffic lights are actually called robots in many countries, not just in South Africa. The automatic function of the traffic light resembles that of a robotic arm, and hence the name. Now, I get very irate when people call a traffic signal a robot, and the people I've got the most arguments with is my other half and my kids. And they carry on doing it, and my colleagues know how I feel about it. Yeah, so mens sukkel maar met die kinders. Partykeer. Okay, now we're back to the present. Thank you for that. Now I don't need to look at the notes anymore. So for a traffic signal, not a robot, to work, you need a few things. You need power, you need inputs, and you need a controller to process the inputs, and then this controller gives you certain outputs. Now, on the power, we all know that issues that started in 2006 when the famous bolt fell in Koeberg in generator 1. We had the start of rolling blackouts. Then the installation of UPSs started. Initially we had suggestions of we must install generators at traffic signals, or we must install solar panels, batteries, and inverters, and UPSs as well. But luckily, we decided to install UPSs. At the time, we had incandescent lamps and halogen lamps. Incandescent lamps drew about 70 amps. It was 70 watt incandescent lamps, 55 watt halogen lamps, and the LEDs of nowadays is 8 watts. So you can imagine that they draw much less power. In those days, our first UPSs was a massive box that 105 amp hour batteries in. Nowadays, with the LEDs, we put a little lithium ion battery in that cost about the same, but it lasts much longer. And yeah, now currently they're unused. But today also we've got 500 UPS installed currently. That's all working, and that's ready if we should get load shed again. But so far so good. Then the UPS has started another problem: the theft of batteries. Batteries is a very sought after product. We designed a very fancy vandal-proof UPS cabinet that was unbreakable, we thought. But we made the same mistake that some engineers made in 1911. I don't know if anybody of you know what I'm alluding to. Maybe some of my colleagues will. They built a big ship that was unsinkable, called the Titanic. And this box, for some or other reason, was also called the Titanic. So yeah, it had a fancy key lock mechanism that you struggled to get into it. But eventually they got into it. They take angle grinders, cut it off. Nowadays we weld it closed. But we had to search for a smart solution to solve all this. I'm building up to that, so just be patient. Yeah, our Titanic box also sunk. We're using some of them still, but yeah, we got a better solution. Search for a solution, and then we came up with this underground chamber. We didn't design it, but we got to this chamber. We found this chamber. So this chamber is buried under the ground. It's waterproof. It's got humidity sensors. It's got vibration sensors, and it can give you alarms if on the preset conditions, if there's a need for alarm. We installed this underground chamber in Delft at one of our highest vandalized intersections. We had to get police coverage when we did the installation. You can see on the next page what it looks like. I'll show that now. Today, touch wood, the intersection is still safe. Nobody got to the chamber. When the supplier brought the chamber to me, I'm known for, I test something properly. So I said to him, can I bring my 4-pound hammer for your lid? Because the only thing you see is a lid on top of the ground. He said, no, I'll bring my 10-pound hammer. Leave your 4-pound hammer. And I said, will that thing burn? He said, we can have a braai on top of the chamber. You'll see it won't. It's some other nylon product that it's made from. Yeah, and then this was so successful that we actually won an first prize in urban mobility for innovation. So yeah, that's one of the awards we won. I'm getting to the next. So this is what the chamber looks like. You can see there in the middle picture, that is what the lid looks like if it's installed. It's installed in a concrete base. At the bottom left, you can see where the ducts is, where the pipes come in. And on the right-hand side, that frame, when you unlock it, you take a drill and you switch it on, and this thing actually rises from the ground. My next presentation, I must have a video of that. It looks quite impressive. But yeah, we installed that, and we've been rolling that out now to quite a few intersections. Now, I was just saying that you need, for the traffic signal to work, you need inputs. Now I'm going to look at the inputs. So the people on the buses saw the thing I'm building up towards now. But this is an old normal loop detector you get. So you can see there on the left picture, I specifically took that picture for the people from Gauteng and Free State, that they can see what working conditions we work in. You can see that loop is well maintained. So I suppose the people did a lot of work there. Now on the right hand, there's a picture of what that loop detector basically is. It's a piece of copper wire with 3 coils, and it's got a certain inductance, and any metal will change the inductance. So I'm not going to go into the electronic detail that civil guys won't understand. Where's that electrical guy? Anyway, it sees a car. If there's a car on top of it, sees it. So I was now looking, and this is a compliment again for our maintenance team. I was looking for a loop that's faulty or that broke, that wasn't properly installed. And the only one I could find in my short search was that one on the right. That's the one at my girlfriend's complex where she stayed. I noticed there when I drove out, I saw the wires coming out. She said she never saw that. I said, well, my eyes learned for that. 25 years for traffic signals. So she took the picture. So it's not on our roads. It's not properly installed. It's not properly sealed. That's why the wire came out. And maybe I can fix it one day for them when it's not working anymore. But the problem with the loop detectors is copper. It's copper. You've got a long lead. You've got trenching to do, reinstatement, and there's nice copper wire under the ground, so you know what happens to copper. So then we were looking for something else. Now this is a magnetometer. A magnetometer works on the magnetic field of the earth and the surroundings of where the magnetometer is installed. And any metal will change that again. Advantage there's no cabling. Disadvantage, when it gets manufactured, it's got a battery in, and the moment they seal it and glue it, it's starting to work. So then your 5 years or 8 years start. So if you install it 2 years later, two years of your service is gone. Coincidentally, the pictures that I got from of the two magnetometers, you can also see the cracks. And our friends at maintenance, Hilton, he hates it when I cut any slot in his roads because it breaks the seal of the blacktop, and eventually the civil engineers will understand that better. Again, it breaks up the road and a massive pothole arise. So yeah, that's also not good. So that magnetometer will be installed quite a far distance from the intersection. Next to that magnetometers in the roads, you'll have a pole on that right-hand picture. You can see that with 2 receivers. So it works Bluetooth up to the pole, Wi-Fi from there to the controller. That's actually the pole at the controller, and there Bluetooth down again. So you don't have the long pieces of copper wire. So that's quite an advantage. But the lifespan and the replacement cost of the repeater and of the magnetometer is quite high. Then you get a lot of, that's called intrusive, because we cut in the roads. Now you get non-intrusive detectors. There's quite a variety of them. You get video, radar, thermal, which is I'm going to get to, and then a combination of above. Me and the director was at Amsterdam Eye Traffic earlier this year, and what everybody's saying is that the future of detectors is a combination between the radar and thermal. Radar, I believe in, that's I think the best, because how does our airports work? They track the aeroplanes, bad weather, dark, mist. Radar works. Thermal also work in that. Thermal is just a bit far, and the aeroplane is a bit cold in the air. I don't think they will trigger it. Anyway, it's then you get another type of detectors, pedestrian detectors. Now you get the old normal push buttons. And then you get vandal-proof push buttons, although I don't believe in the word vandal-proof, only vandal-resistant. It's like waterproof and water-resistant. Water-resistant can handle a few drops, but you can't go swim with it. Then you get pressure mats. It's a yellow mat you stick on the pavement. We tested that, but people rip it off. And then you get a very fancy one, the vibro tactile button, which it transmits a little beep sound. So visually impaired person can hear where the button is. When you press the button, that blue piece there, you can see there's an arrow on it. So you can you can feel what direction it goes. And as soon as it's activated and the green man is on, then and the green man is on, then it makes a high pitch sound, beep, 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 like that. Okay. In Amsterdam, that time is much shorter than here. Much shorter. We've got lots. We can see Africa's got lots of time. So yeah, that is the button on the left, and the controller at the top of the pole. The controller emits the sound. That's a different type of pedestrian detectors you get until we discovered this next one. So thermal pedestrian detector. Now, one of the problems with the push buttons is that people will vandalize it. There's lots of people starting businesses and selling stuff, especially at traffic lights. Now, the more customers or the longer a customer can stand still at the traffic light, the more customers he get, the more product he can sell. So I use matchsticks and push it in a little button, put it in the button, then it cycles. Then the pedestrian comes up every time. We've got serial pedestrians nowadays, so he's got ample time to do that. So yeah, then we see how can we do this? Another problem is jaywalking. That's a problem very unique to South Africa. I didn't see that in Amsterdam. That people are very, so you press a button and wait, and if there's a gap, then you go, and then the pedestrian intersection will still stop the car, and the car stops for nothing. So we were looking for something, and then we saw this detector that works on the thermal. It detects body heat, and what you do at the site is you would draw a virtual loop. And if a person goes stand in this area for longer than 4 seconds, it will register a demand. We also use traffic controllers at the pedestrian controllers so that, and we've got magnetometers installed or other type of detection so it can see when there's a gap in the traffic. And if this person is still there, he will then turn the traffic amber and red, and he will allow the pedestrian to walk. If this person decides there's a gap, he walks, then it cancels the demand, then the cars can carry on. Also, accessibility, people in wheelchairs that can't lift their hand to push a button. Or I had twins, a mother with a pram and a baby in her hand. She walks to the beach and she can't press a button. And she just goes stand there and it registers automatically. So yeah, that helps quite a lot with that. Oh, we were nominated this one for Innovation Award again. And for this one, National Department of Transport was very interested in this. And we won a joint first prize in the city, not just urban mobility. The other one was just urban mobility. So we won the joint first prize in the city of Cape Town for this one. So yeah, we're very proud of that. Yeah, explain everything. Works on body heat, can set a predefined detection zone. Cancel if a body leaves. Somebody asked me if you're a cold-hearted person, if it will still register you. So I mentioned there on the bus, which I can't, I'm getting recorded here. I can't mention what type of person it won't register, but anyway, can't be tampered with. We have lots of department by National Department of Transport, and yeah, we won the prize. And it's now being implemented all over. We've got problems, different problems. It's a technology we test. We don't install it standard at every traffic light, but where there's a need for that, we can install it there. Now, cyclists, there was somebody I spoke to that does, everybody knows the August Cycle Tour or the Cape Town Tour nowadays. And if you know the cycle tour, you will know Suikerbossie. What's Suikerbossie? It's a last hill you must go up just before the end. There's one. It's just last hill you go up before the end. I've done it quite a few times. But now we've had a serious problem there. This is actually showing the way back. We would normally ride up with the bicycles. But that little intersection there, if you come down with a bicycle, you can see from Mount Roads from the left, there's a complex up there. So there's lots of traffic coming out there. But here on the right-hand side, there's only one residence. So sometimes they would a car would be entering the intersection there as well. Now, a person went down on a bicycle, you can do 60, 80, I don't know, 100 km an hour down there on a bicycle. And now suddenly there's a demand for the side road and it gives you 3 seconds amber, 2 seconds red, and here the car goes. So what happened there? A cyclist went into a car. He actually was killed in that incident. So they asked us, what solution can we come up with? So we again now, this is where the AI cameras comes in. We installed a AI camera there that can measure. There you can see that white block is a virtual loop that we drew there. Those 2 white dots there is the heads of the cyclist. So it also detects the body heat. This type of camera can register different classes of vehicles, pedestrians, motorbikes, trucks, cars, anything. So it registers the cycle. It would see that, okay, there's a demand on the side road, and it knows that in a certain amount of time, the light must be red for the, well, the cyclist needs some time to stop. So what it does, and if it detects a cyclist within a certain amount of time before the side road goes green, it actually extends the cyclist green phase or the main traffic phase for that matter. And then the cyclist can pass through safely. So yeah, we installed it. We haven't really launched it yet. We must still do that. And the other thing, interesting thing of this, it can also do counts. So there you can see the cyclist detected counts. There you can see up to, what's the top one? 500. So yeah, there you can see the different dates and the times of the day, how many cyclists went past. So the people that want to count bicycles, what it makes good to say, why have they got a census? It's no, they're counting the people. Why is there somebody missing? So yeah, is there any cyclist missing? But that is that's technology you can use for that. Now, one of the other things we're doing nowadays is Bluetooth travel time. Now you all know that I was preparing for the graveyard shift, so I thought I had to keep the people awake. But now that's Beyond's problem after lunch. So you all know if you go on Google Maps, you need to drive somewhere. You put your destination in, and it gives you a little map with some red spots, the red lines, and orange lines where there's heavy congestion. They make use of probe data. Now we've got something that I'm going to talk about now. Our asset system, where we use Google information for that. But if you use too much of them, then you need to pay them. So we're installing Bluetooth travel time detectors. This is fairly cheap. That's basically what the installation looks like. Inside the controller cabinet, you've got a box, and on a pole you mounted a little box here on the left, and it actually looks at all the cell phones passing. So it checks this cell phone with this number is passing here now, and it's another intersection at that time and that time and that time, and so it can predict, or it measures travel time, and you can have it on the map. You can do. We planning to roll it out to all our major routes, and the traffic engineers and the operators can see where there's congestion, where there's abnormal congestion, and they can manage it accordingly. That is typically what the Bluetooth travel time will look like. Those are 2 intersections in Goodwood, Monte Vista, Milton, Vasco, and Milton and Hugo. So yeah, that information that can be rolled out. We're going to use that at our asset system. As I say, I'm getting to the asset system now. Asset is not something that you put in your pool. In this case, it stands for average congestion information display. Now we've got a problem for in the South Peninsula. Look, everything in Cape Town goes to a point. So Bloemfontein is in the middle of, well, there's roads all around the Joburg, Pretoria, but Cape Town is a bit more difficult. Now, if you come to Cape Town, everybody wants to go to the peninsula or South Peninsula, Simonstown, Cape Point, all that. So now you drive on the M3, and now you want to go. You can either go down Boys Drive, go over Boys Drive or Main Road. And what this sign now, so this sign we've installed there is our asset sign. This gives you a choice of travel time. So it gives you Oudtshoorns. It gives you Oudtshoornseweg. And it gives you, I had to make my photo smaller because it was about 80 meg, and then I couldn't send it. So yeah, we've got that sign that gives you real-time travel data. My colleague worked stays in Simonstown, and he knew Main Road or Boys. Sometimes there's an incident here or incident there, and then he can make his pick. And if there's a big problem, he can even go around Oudtshoornseweg. This is also something, we've got a server on our ATC system. I'm going to show you later. And that's also something we're going to expand to other areas. Then we've got the Oudtshoornseweg problem. Now, Oudtshoornseweg is quite a steep hill coming down. Now, on that left picture, you can see there's a few U-turns there. And that last U-turn there at the top, the trucks think they can hoy now, so they go fast down there, and sometimes their brakes fail. Now, you've got a steep hill, and there on the opposite side of that last intersection, you can see there's some residents there. So we had complaints about the people know that the trucks sometimes can't stop and all that stuff. We had to implement something. So on that right-hand side picture, you can see what we did there is we installed another lane. Well, that's our roads people installed another lane on the left, and they put up a sign, all the trucks must go left, and they put up a stop sign. So all the trucks must stop, must go to the left and stop. But as I said, we've got very naughty drivers in South Africa. So the trucks just keep on to the right in the right-hand lane, and then at the bottom, they turn left and the hard left. So yeah, what we then did is we installed a system where we've got there, you can see the left top one is one of the many signs we've got up there. That one on the right with the 2 things at the top, those are 2 infrared lights because we didn't have street lights there at the time. So the infrared lights that worked for the camera, we installed quite a few cameras that then measured the trucks in the right-hand lane. So if there's a truck in the right-hand lane, it would issue a fine to him. And if a car in the left-hand lane where he's supposed to be also go over the stop line, then it would there's another system that would give him like 1,500 rand stop fine. So one guy phoned me one day, he said, no, but I've got a Fortuner, I drive a Fortuner, why do I get a fine in the left? It's supposed only to be for the trucks. I said, in the left-hand lane, sir, there's a stop sign. It doesn't say it's a stop sign only for trucks, it's a stop sign for cars. So yeah, there you can see the stop sign that he went over. While I was taking this picture, there was one truck. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the pick, I was too slow. He went in the right-hand lane, pass, and this truck stopped. That is what we did there. That's also ongoing. Then, oh, this is my favorite. My girlfriend She's very famous. She's a gracious old lady. She has her own Facebook page. She has an appetite for vehicles over 2.5 meter high. She, a few months ago, caught a hijacked Take-A-Lot truck, and the driver was arrested, believe me or not. She even appeared on Carte Blanche. Derek Watts was still, the late Derek Watts was still there, and I did the interview with him. Please go and look at that. This is going to be on a thing later. Go on YouTube. What the truck Carte Blanche ago, watch it. It's quite nice. So this is what Bridget looks like. I always say if I hear there's a comet or something on the fall on Cape Town, go to Bridget, go stand on the Bridget. You're going to be safe there. I'm already going to be there because Bridget is indestructible. I read something on their Facebook page that they are actually looking for this. No, he's a long time dead, but they must find out what this engineer also built, because he built stuff. I tell you that bridge, nothing happens to that bridge. We had big trucks, cement trucks. We had everything going into the bridge. So anyway, right. Many years ago, when I started at traffic signals, that's about 30 years ago, we had coming from the top, from the mountainside, on the Bridget, we had a little infrared beam. Like when you walk into a shop and the thing says ping bong, that thing. We had that there, but yeah, it's close to the sea, so we had to clean the lens often. And when that gets activated, there's flashes on the bridge and the flashes would activate. But the high truck would actually like kill the flats, the flashes. It actually damaged them. So that device there in the middle that we installed there is an overhead pole over the trucks, and it actually measures the depth. It's a radar type device that you measure the depth of, say there's a pit with water. So you want to see how much water is in there. And that's actually that type of device we use there. That was long before the fancy stuff. Then once that gets activated, there's that warning sign there on the left of that little car with bright strobe flashlights. So after we installed that, the incidents also got a bit less. So this now, coming from Strand side towards Table Mountain, we've got there on the right-hand side, you can see a pole with fancy stuff up. We've got LiDARs there. I don't know if you all know what's a LiDAR. It's a very fancy laser that, we're busy upgrading that now to an even fancier LiDAR system. But it measures the height of a truck. And then there's a VMS sign on the next photo. This is a bit far out, but there above the green board, there's a white VMS sign that tells the trucks that they must override vehicle, turn right, and then they go down Albertine Road and they go over the bridge, over the railway line, turn left, and and the other vehicles turn left. But yeah, we've got about 5 or 6 signs here warning truck drivers that the bridge is only 2.5 meters high. But yeah, they don't read this. I don't know. I don't think truck drivers know how high their vehicles are. In some, it's a few years ago, we had a consultant that was appointed. He stopped about 22 truck drivers, and they said that none of the truck drivers knew how high their vehicles were. With the last one that I installed, that we installed, I'm coming to that one now. I had my green jacket on that I normally wear on my motorbike, and I must have looked like a cop. So the guy came with his truck, and the system actually detected him. He was too high, and we use that pedestrian intersection now for the lights to go red. If he pulls off again, then he would at least go slower into the bridge. It's easier to get him out. But I asked him, sir, do you know how high your truck is? No, I think it's about 1.2 meters. He said. I said, 1 meter is there from my middle finger to my shoulder. So it's less than this distance from my finger to my elbow. So anyway, the people don't know how high the trucks are. Now also, if you look at the road, there's a slight incline in the road. So what we've got now is we've got two LiDARs installed there. We've got the line on, or the warning on 2.5, but a short truck that just makes it will still make it. But the longer truck that just makes it, when the nose lifts, the truck actually becomes higher. So we've got the consultant that was appointed to do the study of cantilever overhead pole or gongs. Everybody wants us to install gongs, and they've asked me 1 million times, why haven't you installed gongs? And then I give them my answer. But yeah, we've actually got a smart gong system there which measures a truck, and then if it's longer, it will stop the truck. And our incidents, if you look at the stats, our incidents came down quite drastically while the traffic increases. The amount of vehicles on the, how am I doing for time? Nog 10 minuten. Yes, dan moet ik nog wel praten. Yeah, so we can't lower the road, and you can't do that with a bridge. It's impossible. So yeah, that's Bridget, but yeah, she's got lots of Facebook. He's a take-a-lot truck. There was actually, the driver got out and he ran away, and there was some cops on a bicycle, and he went after this guy, and they actually caught him. And what is nice about this, the community in this, on this Facebook page, they never blame council for this. This bridge was built before the first car was built in the world. So they designed the bridge for tall persons, for a person on a horse, or for a parakaretje. You know, so they didn't know there's going to be 3-ton trucks or whatever passing under the bridge. And here's another victim. There you can see what it does to a truck. Now we're getting to the reversible bus lane. All of you that were in the bus saw the reversible bus lane. I'm not going to go through all of that. What happened there is we've got that piece of road, that blue piece of road there, 1.2 kilometer of road when the MyCity lanes were built before 2010. We had Lagoon on the left. It's still there, but and the houses, but there wasn't enough space in the road. We have to build 2 red roads. So what they did at the time, they built 1 red road with a vision of implementing a reversible system one day, where in the mornings the buses can use the road to go to Cape Town, in the afternoons they can use the same piece of road to go to Blaauwberg Road. So there were some challenges with getting it done, but last year September my section got the request to do it. So what we did there is we basically, I've got 2 signs that says closed and open. On either side of the bus lane, we've got a thermal detector there again. The problem with normal video detectors is that it sees a picture and it memorizes this picture, and if that picture changes, then it gives a detection. But we've got mist in Cape Town. We've got bad weather. So video detectors doesn't work then. Thermal works day, night, load shedding, hy werk altyd. As long as it's got power, it works. And it can classify as well. So we now have a system where we count bus in, bus is out, it's fine. Bus in, or car in, problem. Then it raises an alarm. We did some enhancements on the system now. We've actually got nice, we've got, that is what the dashboard looks like, that the operator's got. And if this detects anything like a broken down vehicle, or it counts 1 in, 1 out, 1 in, 1 out is safe, or a vehicle from the wrong side, then it will flash and it'll give the operators a warning. Then they go look on the cameras. The cameras looks like that. 6 cameras where they can see it actually anything physical, but they complained about that because sometimes there's mist and they can't see, and yeah, they don't know, because then we changed it to make a recording of what actually happened. Now, what was so nice with this is that we try to get there. You can see we get so few alarms now that you can see that is that van belongs to Nabini Depot, who does a traffic signal maintenance. We had to ask this vehicle, see if it's safe, let him cause an alarm so that we actually get a video to show you people today. So yeah, it's working fantastic. We're doing some more enhancements. We're going to roll it out further to the new phase 2A and maybe extend the current one as well. So there's 2 thermal cameras on either side, thermal AI cameras, and it can do classification. We want to use that also for bus preemption. And I saw something today with a previous intersection just leading towards that intersection going to Blaauwberg that we're definitely gonna use it for bus preemption. This project has also been nominated now for Innovation Award for the city, so I really think we deserve that one. Then the new bus signal. I told the people on our bus, if they get to this intersection, they'll see these funny signals with white lines, if they know what it means. And they said, no, they don't. I said, okay, keep it like that. You don't need to know, only the bus driver. You must look at the red, amber, and green lights. That's the only thing. Now, if you look at that picture at the top, I specifically walked a bit back to take it that you just see 2 green lights there. You can't see it's actually a bus. These ones at the bottom, I zoomed in a bit, so you can see it's a bus, a red, green bus, orange bus, and a red bus. But what the problem is that, and we came back like that. The station is there in the middle. So if you turn left there on my blue arrow, then you cross all the vehicle phases there. Now you sit there and I always say, Frikkie van die Vrystaat sit daar. He just knows red, amber, green. Now he sits there and he says, there's a green light and there's a bus, and then he drives off. And that has happened many times. Many times we had accidents like that. And if a little car and a bus, I mean, you can think for yourself what will happen. So then we thought, how are we gonna fix this up? And then we looked at what they do overseas, and then we came up with this solution. Why all the white lines? It is a single aspect. There's a drawing at the bottom, what is supposed to look like a line, a vertical line is go, round light is amber, and flat light is stop. And the one at the schematic at the bottom, the left slant is turn left and right slant is turn right. So we had a specification drawn up and we had it manufactured, we installed it. And training for the bus drivers, initially it was chaos. The bus drivers, I was there the first day, I was just praying that no accident happened. I was stopping them and sort of getting them there. But nowadays, I mean, every time I'm in the MyCity bus drivers, buses, I also drive, how does it work? And then they say, and the one guy said, like a real Cape does, meneer, daar was baie ongelukke. Sir, there were lots of accidents. Maar meneer, nou is daar niks ongelukke nie. Now, I'm sure he's exaggerating a bit, but that's how he feels about it. He feels much safer because he drives his big bus. He doesn't want to drive over these little cars. So yeah, these bus signals, we also were nominated, but we weren't. I'm not happy about that. But maybe we must give the other people a chance also sometime. Then there was another complaint or request that we get. People in Sea Point, Greenpoint, they drive very fast cars, Ferraris and those kind of things. And there's a road, high-level road. It looks like they by I Love Man, these narrow roads. I've got a motorbike. I know the feeling. I know why they do it. These narrow roads, and you want to put foot there. So the councillors will complain. No, they've got speeding problems there. The people speed, and they're looking for a solution there. And he saw their sign somewhere. But I thought we had a sign like this installed in Bellville many years ago there by MK. And they had a sign like that, but those were the days where the GTIs and the bosses, the super bosses. Now the men will know what I'm talking about. The older men, they will know what I'm talking about. So I've got my GTI and Neil's got his super boss, and now we pull away at a certain place. Now we see who can get the highest speed on it. Look there, that's what the speed looks. Who gets the highest speed? Because that's an impartial device that says whose cars are fastest. It's not I say and you say. Then initially, to be honest, I thought, no man, that's a bad idea. That actually encouraged speeding then. So then we must also be smart. So how can we resolve that? So then we said, no, okay, fine. The speed there is 50 km an hour. So we made the max reading 85. So your car, you can have a Lamborghini, it will only show 85. But we measure the real speed. So I was very surprised when we got the result of that. When we installed the sign, we switched the display off, so it was recording the whole time. So you can see there, it came down about 20-25%, the incidence of speeds. So much so that the councils are bugging me, ward projects. We're installing these speed signs all over the show. So that is working well. Now, all of these things must come to I must read this one as well. I had all the other stuff in my head. So all of these controllers are linked to a certain system. And we've got a very complicated 4, 5, I'll slide one now. 2, 1. Okay. So these traffic signals just don't sit at the intersections on its own. They're all connected to a central system. Now that picture looks very complicated if I look at it. Now let me quickly explain. The electrical engineer, I know you will get it. Transport planning and network management have several servers on the ATC network to ensure that CCT traffic signal functions optimally. The traffic controllers and other ITS equipment communicate with the urban mobility service via a mobile APN, as well as over fiber network in certain areas. We use a SCOOT system. SCOOT stands for split cycle offset optimization technique. Very clever. It also does this AI stuff. Long time. to ensure travel time along corridors are optimized for the road users and the transport network. We also monitor our traffic signals very closely using a RMS system, which can show the depots what is happening there, how many intersections are, what's faulty and whatever. To ensure faults are fixed timeously. They can do it preemptively as well. We have a snaps and a journey time server that are connected to the transport data warehouse. Bjorn's going to talk about that, so that the data can be made readily available for whoever needs it. Somebody asked me about data, speak to Bjorn. We have a data recovery site, which also allows our service to fail over seamlessly. The TMC is built in the flight path of the airport. So there's a risk that one day maybe there's an airplane that falls on TMC. Then our traffic signals must still work. So we've got another system in Civic Center as well. We're also in the process of rolling out a network mobility management system, NMMS, which will integrate all the ATC service via staging server and present to the user a customized interface where all the information will be accessible in one convenient location, enabling the management, monitoring, and maintenance of area traffic control and associated systems with the user of a web browser instead of multiple distributed applications, simultaneously providing city GIS interface and citywide sharing. That is the two systems, one in TMC and one in Civic Center. That's the remote monitoring system where you can see the different depots, can see whatever faults. You can see there's only 3, I think. Yeah, that's a 3. Now what's next? We've got all those fancy systems. There's still a lot of stuff going to happen. We're starting to look at AI traffic signal controllers. At bus preemption, Neil phoned me the other day. He said to me, he wants to look at bus preemption, this and this. I said, Neil, how do you know me? We're already busy with a project like that. And I gave him a proposal from my team that's got 2 possibilities. Then connected vehicles. You all know connected vehicles. And then I'm working on a thing. Now with all the controls and stuff, every year we must check our assets. And one of the assets that they want to check is the router that I've got in every traffic signal controller. So it's difficult to go check, to send somebody out there with a scanner. So I'm working on a system. I don't even think my bosses, I've told them about this, but that's coming. Real-time asset tracking, where you at a glance, you can see, and what's also important, you can see if an asset disappear. So that can cause some other alarm. Then autonomous cars. And the first autonomous car, I don't know if you know which car was that. That's over 50 should know. Do you know Knight Rider? Kid could drive on his own. Now, I believe overseas, there's a lot of cars like that drives on their own and stuff. And that's coming to South Africa. And we need to be ready for that. We need to be ready, first of all, for connected vehicles that can get information, share information, and autonomous cars. I think that will happen when I'm on pension already, one day. But yeah, I think I would have loved to have more time to speak. I thought I'm going to get the 40 minutes full, but I think that's the end. Now, question, but only.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Questions, ladies and gents. If you have a question, you can put up your hand. The rule is keep it short. Identify yourself, your name and your company you're representing. And I'll approach you with the camera and a microphone, and you can ask a question. So can we have the first question for Bernard? There we go.
The electrical engineer.
Hi, good day. Thank you for your presentation. So I heard that you said that my name is Tariq and I'm representing Go Metro. I heard you said that the thermal cameras are tamper-proof. Thermal detectors are tamper-proof. Can you please elaborate on that?
Okay. What I said with the pedestrian detector is that the pedestrian detector sitting on the pole, people can tamper with that. Because there's a device sitting on the pole that they can damage or steal or whatever. But the camera in itself is sitting there on the pole. So that detection, there's no device that they can bother with, except if they can get up to the camera. So the detection that detects the pedestrian, that's vinyl proof because nobody can get to it, except if you get up the pole.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Quite insightful. My name is Obed, researcher representing Urban Mobility. I was interested with the Bluetooth travel time. And you said it has some sort of geolocation feature. So a quick one, apart from the travel time, are you able to get other traffic parameters like, or will it be interpolated from the travel time, like the queues or something like that? I'm just interested because, and especially how synchronously it can capture different vehicles at the same time, especially where there is congestion, and how it traces over a long distance because it has to be geolocated. Thank you.
Yeah, the Bluetooth travel time detector only does that. So you need to do it in combination with something else. The AI traffic cam that we use thermal, or you get the normal one, that does classification. If you go and Google a bit, the city of Hamburg, they installed about, I think, 80 of these traffic cams, which can classify vehicles. It can do turning movements. It does speed of cars. It does queue lengths. So what we're going to do, I actually told my guy this morning, we need to buy more of those cameras because at the end of the day, I want 2 of these cameras at the intersection and the Bluetooth device. So the Bluetooth device is going to record the travel time. And with the cameras, you can install up to, I think it's 24, please don't quote me, 20 something loops. It can do classifications. So you can get massive information and it gives you video. We're doing the color video one now. That doesn't have thermal. So if you've got a place, a location where you don't need the thermal, you can install the video so you've got good picture as well. And then you can do classification, counts, all that stuff. But the travel time now at this stage is only that we use is only with the Bluetooth. But that's fairly cheap to install. But those traffic cams, I would love to have them at every intersection in the city. 2 of them at least at every intersection. Then we can have video, but also to have the video and that data coming through, you need fiber. We've got 3G routers at this stage, which MTN is switching off. They've got a quarantine with us. They're going to switch off 3G in South Africa. So we're installing LTE routers. But yeah, data cost on video, if it's permanent on demand, then it's quite high. So we've got fiber. We install those cameras. But you can speak to me afterwards. I would like to, or give me your email address. I would love to send you the information. It's very exciting. In hindsight, I must have actually had some, yeah, but we haven't done it yet. On the next presentation, I'll have it with examples.
Thank you, Bernard. Another question? Anybody on Zoom who want to unmute and ask a question, perhaps? Also see there's not a question on YouTube. Seems to me they're happy.
If I can just have a last thing. When me and my director was at iTraffic in Amsterdam this year, I saw a lot of products that they sell, but I also felt very proud to be from Cape Town and South Africa. And we can really also actually go give them a presentation of what we've done. I was looking for overhyped stuff. They've got nothing on us. Nothing. We can go teach them. And with it, so yeah, I'm very proud to be part of the urban mobility team and the transport and net technology. We are a great team. We're doing a good job in South Africa, Cape Town and South Africa for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernard. There's a little token of appreciation from the Transport Forum. Really appreciate a great presentation. I would love to take you or to learn more from you on autonomous vehicles and how we're going to do that in South Africa with a lot of infrastructure, I think, needs to be in place before we really can do that. Thank you very much. That's a very interesting topic. Ladies and gents, let's quickly get our program up again. Right, there we go. Now it's time for lunch, refreshments, proudly sponsored by City of Cape Town. Thank you, Darlene, again. Really appreciate that. And you can see our, what's it, we're talking about 40 minutes, 30 plus 10, yeah, 40 minutes break. So I'll put up a timer here on the screen, and I will 10 minutes before this up, I'll come and tell you there at the refreshments area. So let's take a 40 minutes break. Lots of nice networking. Thereafter, we're going to have great presentations. We're going to have Wanilo Leani on smart technology and urban mobility, and we're going to have Prishal Bangu about the future of cybersecurity. Very interesting presentations. And then you might have wondered, why is this coffee machine standing there? Nice cup holder. That's because you might be the lucky winner of this coffee machine this afternoon. We're going to do a lucky draw. So that will be at the end, and there's another carrot to keep you here and to enjoy the presentations. So have a nice break. See you guys just now. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gents, it's time for us to continue with the great program. And we're just waiting for some more people to come back into the venue. Don't you agree with me? The food was great and more than enough. I think I'm going to call the police. Should somebody bring me more food? All right, ladies and gents, we still being hosted by City of Cape Town. And we're talking about transport technology in Cape Town. It's 31st of October, 2024. And we continue our program now with our next presenter being Mr. Bondelo Leone. He's the head of transport technology enablement and innovation of City of Cape Town. And he's going to talk about smart technologies in urban mobility, including a Q&A session. Thank you very much, my friend. Looking forward to this. There we go. There we go. Just next slide, previous slides.
Okay.
Or his page and page down.
Cool. There's that. Give me a read.
That's a laser, there's a pointer, yes.
Okay, cool. Welcome everybody. So graveyard shift. I normally don't need a mic. Graveyard shift. Careful but falling asleep. The city does have a couple of cemeteries across Cape Town. So we do innovation technologies across urban mobility in Cape Town. And our brief is basically to take business processes, business problems, and enable the solution thereof, enable the business process itself via technology. In that, obviously creating efficiencies, creating or decreasing the demand on human capital to run our business processes, and obviously make it more efficient. So that's the agenda. We have a strategic intent. How do we fulfill it? What have we done up till now to actually fulfill that strategic intent? And what else we would like to do if we could get the money and the time. Our job is to create a more efficient, connected, and sustainable transport system. The City of Cape Town has a very data-driven strategic intent, and we'd like to use real-time data, or as near real-time as we can get, intelligent traffic management, digital solutions, and in that way enhance daily commutes, reduce travel times, and improving safety for citizens. And so these kind of technologies that we can use then makes it possible for seamless integration between public transport modes, minimizing congestion, and to promote greener alternatives. We'd like to make Cape Town a global leader in this space, and we'd like to be a place where innovation drives better, more sustainable quality of life for every citizen. So we have a couple of projects in this space, and as our executive director stated earlier, this is just a snapshot of what is happening. There are a number of these kind of initiatives across our directorate happening. So we have smart technologies at PTIs for laypersons. That's a public transport interchange, and even layer, normally it's referred to as a taxi rank. We have energy resilience at Urban Mobility's operational facilities. We have our Dial-A-Ride solution for our out-of-towners. Dial-A-Ride is a service the city, in conjunction with the province, operates to actually provide transport for our disabled community or disabled citizens in the city. Our public transport regulation service management offering that we've recently launched, and I'll take you through the various projects. A couple of years ago, we started with this. So we had MyCity. Great. We had electronic ticketing. We had electronic monitoring of our buses. We had cameras all over the infrastructure. And our users in the space where MyCity was rolled out was actually getting a very first world experience in terms of public transport. Our problem is that the bulk of the rest of the city was not experiencing that at the time. And it takes a long time to roll out MyCity to a space. Marius has been here 2 years now. Marius, our Director of Infrastructure Implementation, and he knows the pain that goes with trying to get a road built for dedicated use of public transport. So we want to enhance public transport by making it more efficient, more reliable, safer, more secure, and to add value to our citizens' lives. And these goals, these days, cannot only be optimized by just optimizing operations and taking somebody who has experience and say to him, you know how to run a service, make it happen, make it work in the best possible ways. These days we use data, big data, artificial intelligence in terms of analytics to actually drive those optimizations, which then feed back into our operational space. We use these technologies to provide services, but we also use those technologies to actually generate data so that we continuously improve our services. Challenge, of course, is effectively harvesting and analyzing this data and to optimize operations across all business areas within public transport. Now, at our public transport interchanges, we've rolled out CCTV cameras, we've rolled out public Wi-Fi, we've rolled out Internet of Things sensors, which monitor things like carbon emissions, weather conditions, etc. And we've rolled out access control as well. We have a couple of layers, which are the perception layer, which is the edge technologies as we know them, the stuff that actually is installed on site. We obviously have a network layer to get all of that data back to our servers and our infrastructure where we process this data and store it. And then we obviously have a reporting layer, an application layer where we report on the data collected and obviously then inform business processes from there. So just a few examples. So we have cameras at our PTIs. For instance, they read number plates, all vehicles entering the facility and all vehicles leaving the facilities. And in that way, we can actually deduct or deduce how many vehicles are using a facility, how long a vehicle spends on a facility. That leads into things like waiting times for our passengers at the PTI. And of course, our aim is to get people from arriving at our facility to their destination in the quickest way possible. This graph is a very interesting one. It actually picks up people's movements at a public transport interchange. So those of you who don't know, a public transport interchange has lanes, and every lane has a destination. So we can actually pick up from this graph which lane people are coming in on. So you're coming from Mitchells Plain, for instance, and you're shifting over to the Sea Point lane to get to the Sea Point area. And in that way, we see how people are transferring at a public transport interchange. And so we have a number of data insights. We just kill this here, lady. We have a number of data insights. This graph gives us an example of our users and the modal splits of these passengers. This is how many, sorry. So this is not a bad bra design, the bottom one. That actually gives you passenger numbers of the different modes in the morning peak and in the afternoon peak, which is why there are two peaks. And right now, due to our rail issues in the city, our minibus taxis are carrying the majority of our public transport passengers, something like 566,000 people per day. That trough and peak there is Golden Arrow, and the one at the bottom at the moment is rail. And obviously, this graph in an ideal world should be reversed. So I spoke about it on the road, but when we started having load shedding, we started having issues at not only at our MyCity stations, where we then didn't have light. Our ticketing systems weren't working. Our monitoring systems of the buses weren't working. But also at our maintenance depots inside urban mobility. So we have a world first transport asset management system, which is an integration between SAP Mobile, SAP Geo.e, SAP Plant Maintenance, and GIS. And because of that system that allows people like Hilton on roads and Neil on traffic signals to actually perform maintenance very efficiently, there's a need for power. There's a need for energy. Our depots need to be powered in order for these systems to work. And so during load shedding, in roads, for instance, the guys would drive to a depot that has power at the moment to actually go do the work on the system so that the work would continue. And so it was crucial that we actually intervened in those spaces. So somebody asked me on the bridge, where did we fit this equipment? So at the MyCity station, there's a little kiosk where the network equipment is. And we fitted these inverters and batteries with the solar panels on top of the station. That is the station we looked at earlier where you couldn't see the panels. We fitted those panels on top, and we fitted these modular systems into the MyCity stations to create that energy resilience. That is the PTI installation at Wallisdean out in the northern suburbs. And that PTI actually runs totally green. It has no Eskom supply. Sorry, it has a backup Eskom supply, but for 99% of the year, it runs off its solar panels. And that infrastructure carries the cameras and the smart technologies at that site. And then we have additional systems there that actually carry the lights and the other power requirements at that PTI. This is at one of our traffic signal depots. We actually installed supercapacitors there as energy storage. Bernard told you earlier about the issues they've had with our equipment being harvested along the at our roadsides, and so we're starting to look at tech like supercapacitors that is not that desirable in the alternative marketplace as an energy storage solution. They also have the advantage that they have about 10 times the life cycle of a lithium-ion battery, and they don't have the fire issues that we do get with aging lithium-ion batteries. Okay, our dial-a-ride system. So previously, it was an email-based system. Okay, wait, let me take you. So when you want to be part of the dial-a-ride system, you contact the city and you tell the city that I'm disabled and I would like to be part of the service. You fill in the form, it goes to Civic Center. They then go through the form. If you are identified as a person qualifying for the service, you are then sent to an occupational therapist or a healthcare practitioner who actually evaluates your disability. And if this healthcare practitioner signs off on the fact that you can actually, that you do qualify for this service, you get on the waiting list. Because the service cannot provide in everybody's, in all of our applicants' needs. Get on the waiting list and eventually become part of the service. Now, when you want to book a trip, when you want to go from a home to work, from home to a medical facility, which is a lot of these dial-a-ride trips, you need to phone the city and say to them, I want to book a trip. They then book you as a trip, and then we have a vehicle operating contractor which actually operates the service on the city's behalf, and they then pick you up. They do weigh bills and all of those things that transport companies do, and they pick you up and they take you to your destination, and they eventually bring you back to your origin as well. But it was phone calls, paper, and eventually a very inefficient process. So what we've done is we've developed an ecosystem of solutions for dial-a-ride. So we have a user booking app, which is the rider app that you see there. And with that, a la Uber, you can go on your phone, go onto the dial-a-ride app and actually book your trip. Say when you want to go, where you want to go, and that app, that information will feed into our vehicle operating solution on the side. We also have a web application because some people actually prefer transacting on a computer screen instead of on a mobile phone, especially our visually challenged users. And so we have a web application where you can do exactly the same thing. Then we have a healthcare practitioner app. Now, previously, as I said, we sent you to somebody to go have an evaluation done. That person filled in the form. That form came to the city and it was filed at the city, and then eventually you became part of the service. That was the one part. And then also, obviously, there's a vehicle operating company that operates the service on our behalf. They need to do weigh bills. They need to report on how many kilometers they've done, how many people they've carried to the city. And the city service management arm would then look at that and then decide whether they've actually provided the service in agreement with the invoices that they are submitting, and then obviously pay them for providing the service. So this is now the rider app. And as you can see, you can actually book your trip on this app as you are, and it tells you who's the driver going to be, what your trip number is going to be, you can actually track your ride as it's coming, and you can track your ride as you go along to your destination. We find that the people close to the disabled person actually also want to track what the disabled family partner or relative or friend, where they are in the system, whether they have arrived at the hospital, whether they're still en route there. And so they can actually give the people that are interested in that, the interested parties, access to this information, and their friends and families can also track their progress on the day. As you can see, they can see who the driver is going to be, and they can track where the vehicle is, and so they know exactly when the vehicle is going to rock up at the place where they need to, where the journey will originate. Then we also have, this is the web dashboard, same functionality, but because it's now web-based and on the computer screen, we can show you more information, how many trips you've done, how well your trips have been serviced, etc. Right. Then we have a driver app. This is for the driver picking up the passenger. So he gets on his mobile device, gets a list of people that he needs to pick up, as well as the route that he needs to follow in order to pick up these people and obviously deliver them to their destinations. So the driver in his vehicle also has a live app showing him his progress, showing him who he still needs to pick up, etc. He also obviously gets an idea of what kind of disability it is, because some people are wheelchair bound, some people are visually challenged, and so on. Right. Then this is the healthcare practitioner. This is now web-based. No paper involved anymore. So the city refers the applicant to a healthcare practitioner. They get there, the practitioner logs in, and it performs the assessment online while he has the patient there. And when he clicks submit, that information is immediately at the city for evaluation. So we've moved the paper out of the system, and obviously the information flow is much more efficient. And this is on the city side. So the city can see how many people have booked trips, how many trips have been serviced, how many people have been carried, how many kilometers have the VOC traveled to provide the service, and that then informs the eventual invoicing and the management of the vehicle operating contractor. Right, and then we have public transport regulation service management. So an operating license, in layman's terms, is a taxi permit. It's something that allows you to actually transport passengers in public transport. Now, an operating license has a couple of parameters to it. The one is that every 180 days, every 6 months, you need to actually confirm with the city. The city actually reissues or reactivates your permit, your operating license for you. So the city checks the data. It says, okay, you have been operating on your route, and therefore you can continue operating the service on this route. The reason why this came in was because we have a lot of dormant routes in the city where there's actually routes that have been assigned to people where services aren't operating because the passenger demand has died down in that spaces. So the city confirms that the route is actually active, there are passengers on the route, and you're operating the route, and then renews your 180-day letter. If you want to change your vehicle on your operating license, it's very important for us and the province that you actually operate on the route with a roadworthy vehicle. So linked to your operating license is a vehicle or vehicles that are certified by the province that that they are actually roadworthy. So you want to change a vehicle, you need to apply to change your vehicle. So your vehicle could have been in an accident, could have been impounded by our law enforcement colleagues, and you want to change your vehicle on your operating license, you need to apply for that. And so there are various things that you need to apply for. If somebody is operating on your route which shouldn't be operating on your route, that we quite often, you need to report that conflict to the city and the province so that they can intervene. And the idea for that is obviously so that the industry doesn't take the law into their own hands and actually have our powers that be interfere in safeguarding that space. So you want to report that. You also need to contact the city or the province to actually report the conflict. And sometimes you just want to have a meeting with us. But in any case, be that as it may. So what we used to do, you would send an email to a generic mailbox, public transport directions at City of Cape Town, at capetown.gov.za. And this mailbox would get stacked full of requests. I know because I get the request to enlarge the mailbox. And I had to do that regularly, to enlarge the mailbox just so that it could accommodate all the mails that came in. Then the management would take that mail and assign it to an official to actually deal with your request. So it's all done via email. That official will then start talking to you via email and say, okay, submit your documentation. The people would email the documents, submit your request, etc., etc. And it will all be done via email. Now, you can imagine, once it gets passed around mailbox to mailbox, the management lose sight of where in the process that application or request is. And you find that some people end up with hordes of queries that they need to deal with, and other people lesser so. And so the whole business process was inefficient due to the technology they had to use to reach the people. So we have now a WhatsApp business channel. And that WhatsApp business channel is actually based on an online system that we built previously. So we're first going to go to the system. So right now, you submit a request online, and it ends up in this database. And all of these requests end up in our database. And from there, those requests now get assigned to the various officials. As you can see here, the management of that space can now see how many queries do they have in total that needs to be dealt with. They can also see of the officials, how many tickets do each of the officials have to deal with. And the types of requests are also color-coded because some requests take longer than others to deal with. Okay. Harry, I don't know what happened now. Just going to pause there while Harry does his magic. And that's what the process, that's a back office now. So there's a database where all of these requests are in. We can see new route invasions, how many tickets are there, who have they been assigned to, new conflicts, new 180-day letters, and so on. So that was an online process, was a web application. Started off as a web application. And then the industry started talking to us and said, look, we're sitting at a public transport interchange during the day. We want to submit our documents. We want to talk to you. We want to interact with you. And we don't want to wait till this evening when we get home to actually fire up our device, go online, and then interact with the city when you guys are not at the office in any case. And so we developed a WhatsApp business channel. So the industry can now be at their place where they conduct their business, which is generally a public transport interchange, and go on WhatsApp and actually submit their query via WhatsApp. They can also submit the documentation via the same channel. And so this whole channel, this whole business process has now gone online. We've taken it completely off an email-based business process, and we've made it a web application with an online database with a WhatsApp business channel to actually facilitate the communication of the industry with the city in itself. So that was one of the innovations that we've recently done. And our marketing team is actually waiting for this presentation to be finished before they start making this channel public to the community out there. So they didn't want to go before this. And immediately after this presentation, they're going to go live with this and actually submit it to the industry out there, to all the taxi associations, etc., so that they can start interacting with the city in this way. Okay. And then future ambitions, what we would still like to do. Now, there are lots of things that we would like to do. You know, the city has the core application refresh at the moment going on, where we're looking at refreshing our ERP, changing SAP ECC6 to SAP S/4HANA. And that's a big project in the city in terms of IT infrastructure. And all the other associated systems that are affected by this change also obviously now needs to be upgraded and needs to be looked at. But in our space, in our urban mobility space, we have certain things that we would like to achieve. So we have a connectivity issue. Bernard mentioned it previously. We run services across the city. There are certain corridors where we have very good fiber connectivity. There are other spaces in the city where there's no connectivity, and normally that's also the spaces where most of our citizenry operate from. We all know the problem with cable theft, and even fiber doesn't seem to be guaranteed not to be damaged or stolen. We have fixed asset condition assessment. These are our roads condition assessments. That is done through surveys every number of years, where people actually drive along our roads and do a survey on the state of our roads. And that informs our maintenance schedules, etc., etc. But because it's costly and labor intensive, it cannot happen all the time. It cannot happen continuously. And therefore, we get a snapshot every couple of years of what the state of our roads are. And that informs our maintenance schedules for the next couple of years until we can get a snapshot again. So it's not very efficient in that. It's efficient, but the data is always outdated. Then we have public transport. We do a survey today. There's a bus shelter, and we record this bus shelter. It's in a very good condition, and so we doing our part for our citizens. Tomorrow, that bus shelter is on a horse and cart on its way somewhere, and we only pick up a few years later when we do a survey again that unless the public complains, we pick up that shelter is gone. And so we need a better way of actually assessing our assets, a more frequent way and a cheaper way of doing those assessments. And then obviously our business is around passengers, or I always say moving people. Sometimes we move them to tears, but moving people from one place to another, moving vehicles from one place to another. And that's our baby. In order to do that, we really need to know how many people are moving from one place to the other. Where are people getting on? Where are people getting off? From that, you can deduce why people are moving the way they do. But also, if there's a big demand in a certain area and the capacity you supply is little, then you need to obviously increase the capacity. But if you supply a whole lot of capacity and there's very little demand, then your public transport service is actually inefficient. You're losing money. And so we need a very good idea, a very good picture view of how our passengers are moving and from where to where they are moving. Obviously the numbers as well. So connectivity, fiber is great. Bernard and his cameras and all the tech he uses, fiber is fantastic for them. But when you're at a facility out there where there's no fiber infrastructure, you have a problem getting data back to our servers. And one of the things we're looking at now is actually using satellite connectivity at some of our sites. It's a great service. You put up a small little dish that's actually unobtrusive. It beams up into space and it beams a signal back down onto your receiving facility, which would be the places where we house our servers. And in that way, we can get our data at fiber speeds back to our control centers and our file servers, where we actually consume these big data sets. As you can see there, very small latency, around 70 milliseconds. And I'm trying to remember how many seconds you need data every 5 seconds, 10 seconds from your signals. Yeah. So if I'm in the milliseconds, I can service Bernard's needs. And so that's the kind of thing we're looking at now, because you also don't need to do expensive trenching, expensive civils to actually get fiber infrastructure into a space where you need connectivity. So that's just how the thing is put together. You have gateways on Earth. It uses the Ka band, goes to satellites in orbit, and then obviously back to Earth and to end user terminals where the data is consumed. So it can enable Internet of Things connectivity. It has global mobility payoffs in terms of actual communication with moving vehicles because of the bandwidth. And you can do high resolution imaging, which helps with things like disaster monitoring and mitigation. More about that in a second. Fixed asset condition assessment. So we all know about the condition surveys that are being done at the moment. For years, we've talked about mounting cameras and sensors and LiDAR on vehicles, mounting it on city fleet, because our fleet drives everywhere in the city, uses all the roads in the city. And so we could develop a good idea of what the state of our infrastructure is just by doing that. Hasn't taken off. Not all the fleet belongs to urban mobility. If you mount that kind of infrastructure to all of the vehicles the city owns, it's going to be a maintenance nightmare. And so we we're looking at that to actually gather data, but to not be as pervasive as the whole city fleet, but rather use certain targeted vehicles that we can use to gather that data. Then you have monitoring using what we call synthetic aperture radar satellite technology. And basically, satellites have small apertures through which they actually gather data. But if you artificially clump them together, it becomes a large aperture and you can cover big areas with it. And with that, you can do infrastructure management, you can do disaster prevention and mitigation. So at the top there is a satellite picture of a landslide, thinking Chapman's Peak and the landslides we need to monitor there all the time. We have change detection by looking at the vehicles and the infrastructure as well. And there you can see things like changes in the bridge, damage to a bridge, etc. And you have this interferometric analysis, which helps you with infrastructure monitoring because it helps you to determine changes in the infrastructure, changes in the levels, subsidence, etc. And those are parameters you can then use to actually monitor the condition of the infrastructure. So you use dash cams for a micro perspective and not dash cams, but vehicle mounted sensor technology to do a micro perspective. Then you do the satellite monitoring for a macro perspective. You tie them together, and that gives you, and you do some AI around analyzing the data, recognizing patterns, etc. And that gives you a very good picture of what your infrastructure is doing on a day-by-day basis. So if you use the satellite data with the static data, the city already has things like we have very good aerial photography. We have very good layers on topography, etc. You add that together and you use geographic information systems along with AI. You can actually develop a very good picture of what your infrastructure is doing, how your infrastructure is performing, and what your condition is out there. And obviously that will then influence how we maintain that infrastructure. Then in terms of passengers, we've tested various things. Now this is in a minibus taxi. We've tested various things. We've tested tags to people. We've tested beams across the door of a taxi. The guard keeps on tripping that beam. We tested various technologies. We even tested sensors underneath the seats of the taxi. You'll be surprised how many people are standing in a minibus taxi. And so eventually we arrived at this solution where we actually mount a couple of GoPros in a minibus taxi, and it uses facial recognition technology to actually just recognize these faces were here before the stop, and then these faces are now new faces, and the faces that I saw before the stop, 3 of them are not here anymore. And with that, we can actually figure out how many people are getting off. And because GoPros have built-in GPSs, you actually pick up where people are getting on and off as well. And that is also something that we would like to extend across the public transport industry. So that's what I just mentioned before. So before the stop, there's 10 seconds of footage, it does its analysis. And after the stop, 10 seconds of footage, it identifies faces, comes up with a count, and it just pushes the count back to the city and not the footage, because that's the bandwidth issue that we would have with something as mobile as a minibus taxi. So those are things we would like to do in our future ambitions, and we hope to get the funding to actually roll that out. It's interesting that we actually have industry buy-in. They're not resistant to these technologies. It's a funding and institutional issue. So just on that, my city uses electronic ticketing, and it's the most reliable passenger data we have in the city because people tap on and tap off. And so we know exactly how many people are getting on and how many people are getting off. But in the rest of public transport, finding out what the passenger movements are very difficult, which is why we've looked at this. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Bandile. Seriously interesting presentation. If you don't mind, take a quick questions.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So remember to identify yourself. Ask the question. I'll approach you with the microphone and the camera. Can I have a question for Bandile, please? Here we go. So we'll take this one and then that one.
Thank you very much. My name is Zandile Kati from Metro Bus in Johannesburg. I just wanted to ask for your dial and ride. Do you have cutoff times in terms of booking, in terms of application to be collected, and particularly where are you collecting the passengers? And then the last question is just on what kind of system are you currently using for your passenger count? I'm aware that you want something that will, but currently, are you relying on the AFC for that passenger count or what?
Okay.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
So firstly, on the Dial-A-Ride service, the passengers have a pickup point and they have a drop-off point. Now the passenger can obviously monitor himself where his vehicle is and when his vehicle is going to pick him up. But in the past, the vehicle operating company used to give the passenger an approximate time of pickup and drop-off. Now, we have regular users that use the service to actually get to work every day. And there the times are fairly fixed because the operator runs the same route every day, and barring something happening in traffic, the times will be fairly fixed. Now it's going to be very more dynamic, and as things improve or degrades along the road, we will actually have a live view of what's happening during the performance of that service. So that's on the Dial-A-Ride side. Your other question was about ticketing on AFC. Yes.
You mentioned that you don't have that accurate information in terms of the movement of passengers. But then I'm saying that currently, then what are you using in terms of your accurate passenger count? Thanks.
So in my city, we have a very good count, and that's ticketing. So we use the ticketing system to actually get the passenger count. So that's on the city side because we have an electronic ticketing system, which is our AFT system, automated fare control. On other services, in terms of passengers, we do surveys. So we actually have surveyors going out there, gathering data on how many people are at the taxi rank, how many people are at the bus stop, how many people are using Golden Arrows bus service, how many people are getting on at minibus taxis at a specific public transport interchange. So there it's physical surveying. And then when we started the smart technologies at PTIs, we then had technology that was there 24/7 to actually monitor the movements of people and vehicles at a public transport interchange. And so now, at about 30 of our PTIs, we actually have cameras, public Wi-Fi, sensor equipment, actually gathering that passenger data and populating our passenger data sets. So There are more than 60 public transport interchanges in the city. So we're about halfway there to get a complete technology footprint on what our passengers are doing. What our transport planning department does in conjunction with the technology is they actually run the physical survey program where they actually send people out there to go collect the data. As you might know, rail census only happens once every 5 years. Golden Arrow, boarding and alighting, we do in good years once a year, sometimes every second year. And so our view of what's happening on those services are severely lacking, which is why I would like to do this. There was another question.
Good day, everybody. I'm Moira Krieger, and I'm with the organization, the African Network of Women in Transport. So I would like to know, with regards to the dial-a-ride, what is the waiting period for an applicant? Because I assisted at a TVET for disabled people, and some of those learners completed their 3-year certificate course and was still on the waiting list. So I would like to know whether that has improved. And then I would also like to know, I'm from the Mitchells Plain community. And when I look at the stats, we have about 2 million people living in Mitchells Plain. So if you have a bus taking 20 odd people or 30 odd people every 20 minutes, I want you to come and look at the Mitchells Plain transport interchange and see how many hundreds of thousands of people are commuting in the morning. I'm not even mentioning the evening because a lot of them get off along the way. But in the morning, they have to commute to the public transport interchange just to ensure that they get onto that bus. And the ones that's getting on along the way, those many taxi commuters you're talking about standing, go and see what the MyCity buses look like. So I would like to know, what are you doing about that? A community of over 2 million people, plus minus, if not over 2 million people. What are you doing to serve them? Thank you.
I'm first going to take the dial-a-ride question. There's a long waiting list. The city simply does not have the money to extend the service to serve everybody on the waiting list. Unfortunately, it's a money issue. It's all it is. We have the systems to service the people. We would like to service our disabled community because they are vulnerable. But we can only do as much as our budget allows, unfortunately. And so I'm not going to answer the question on the waiting list because that is for the specific business department to answer. But I can tell you that we will never have enough money to service all the needs in terms of the dial-a-ride service. Secondly, Mitchells Plain, to give you an idea, we have 10,000 plus people going through that Mitchells Plain public transport interchange in the morning. A lot of them are using minibus taxis to various destinations. Now, a couple of years ago, since the introduction of the N2 Express service, there's actually a MyCity station there as well, and they use the MyCity service for the trunk route on the N2 Express. And we realized the need, and that is the reason to try to service that community with quality, better public transport, and try to get the community to more destinations than they currently have access to. It is, unfortunately, a very infrastructure-intensive process, and all infrastructure takes time. So it is in progress as we speak. You might have seen all the construction along Lansdowne Road, Governor Mbeki, Jafta Kemasamola Road, and the intention of that is to service our Metro Southeast communities a whole lot better with public transport.
People getting on along the way.
Yes.
So often that bus is already overloaded with so many people standing there.
Mm.
So what are you doing?
No, I know the issue. I actually know that people travel to the interchange because they don't want to get on along the way, even though that's along the bus route, because they don't get space on the bus. We realize that. Just remember that the Golden Arrow bus is operated by the province, so we'll leave that for them to answer. In terms of my city, we have fixed routes, and if there is a demand, we'll pick that up through our ticketing system and we'll increase the number of buses there. But right now, that space is waiting for the phase 2A construction project to complete before we can increase the number of my city buses operating in that space.
Thank you. Can we park it and you take it offline then, please?
Okay, I think.
Yes, another question this side.
Thank you. My name is Pons Peterson. I'm with Metro Bus. I'm the service delivery chairperson of Metro Bus Committee, Service Delivery Committee. My question to you, sir, thank you for a very in-depth, mind-blowing presentation. I'm very impressed with this dial-a-ride. I just wanted to know, this dial-a-ride, sorry, on the dial-a-ride, when you do apply, then you say that you need to verify your disability. Who pays for the disability verification? Because you're saying that the city refers you to a certain medical practitioner. And then I also want to know, if you have a disability, are you allowed to get onto the ride with a companion, somebody that assists you, and does that person need to pay, or is that just a free ride?
Okay.
Thank you.
So we actually pay for that medical evaluation. The city does pay for that medical evaluation. And then also realize that people get classified in terms of levels of disability. So a blind person can get into a normal vehicle, but a person with a wheelchair can't. So if a person is wheelchair bound, that person needs to get a specially adapted vehicle to transport him, whereas a blind person gets in a normal vehicle. So the important thing for the city is to actually classify the level of disability, because that determines the vehicle that services you. And then in terms of, yes, there is a companion. The companion pays a certain amount, but it's not, well, that is in the service coming now. The companion will pay a certain amount, but it's not the full amount that a person normally would pay to actually travel that distance. But yes, we do allow for companions. Okay.
Somebody here asked to ask a question.
Yeah.
Was it you?
Thank you, and Akana from CPUT. I just wanted to ask, for your passenger surveys, your boarding and alighting data, is that accessible to maybe for research by researchers from institutions? Is that data available, or was the procedure to source such data? Thank you.
The moment you mentioned a tertiary institution, I knew you were going to ask for data. We do make the data available to institutions, especially for research, etc. There is just a process that you need to go through with the city in order to get access to the data. But you can contact our Transport Information Center. You can just check it on the web. You can contact our Transport Information Center and they'll take you through the process. Eventually, your request will probably end up with me. But yeah, you can contact the Transport Information Center. Okay.
Thank you for the question here on the chat from Zoom. In relation to public transport regulation services management, I understand that in 2020, you introduced the Blue Dot pilot project technology initiative to monitor drivers' behavior and influence traffic regulations compliance. Do you have future plans to reintroduce the Blue Dot to enhance quality services within minibus public services? Also, what metric or feedback mechanisms did you use to assess the effectiveness of the Blue Dot initiative?
The answer is I'm the wrong guy to ask that question too. But the executive director actually has a response for you, Harry.
First of all, Darren Campbell, ED Urban Mobility for Cape Town. The Blue Dot project is a provincial initiative. It is not a City of Cape Town initiative, so we can't answer anything in terms of the technologies used or whether they're going to reintroduce the service at some time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much for that. Anybody else, maybe on Zoom, who want to unmute and ask a question? Everybody here? Seems to me everybody is happy.
Okay.
Leon, thank you very much. This was an excellent presentation. Right, ladies and gents, last but not least at all, our next presenter is Mr. Prashal Bagu, and he's the General Manager of Big IT Consulting. And he can talk about the future of cybersecurity, emerging threats, and how to combat them. Audrey, you're still going to say a few words. Audrey is going to do a little introduction to the company. Thank you very much, Audrey.
Thank you very much, everyone, and welcome to the Real Graveyard Shift today. So really good to see so many faces left this late in the afternoon. And I'm sure the coffee machine's got nothing to do with it. But all the presentations were extremely exciting and very interesting. So it was really a lovely day. Thank you, Harry, for really a special day so far. So I'm Audrey Henning from Big IT Consulting. And maybe if you guys think you might have seen my face somewhere before, I've been in the industry for more than 20 years. So been around the block and worked at some of the larger system integration companies. And I think over the past few years, made lots of friends along the line. One of my big friends I also made was our host for today, Mr. Harry van Huisteen. And thank you, Harry, and City of Cape Town for hosting us today. It's a real big pleasure to be here and a real privilege to be here. Thank you very much. So VKT is a locally born and bred South African company, been in existence for about 14 years now, operating in 3 different countries. Our services is the normal traditional ICT services, which spans the infrastructure services, your data center services, solutions. We've got security services, which spans across our cyber security, network security, and third-party security services. We've got a very exciting digital solutions service leg, which focuses on innovation and specific industry solutions. And then we've also got a consulting lead in the professional services department. And last but not least, also IT governance, IT audit and compliance services. So today's discussion, the Big IT focus for the last 14 years, very strongly focused on cybersecurity. The staff in Big IT has been all trained, most of them certified professionals in cybersecurity. So hence the topic for today's discussion. And I'm going to hand over and introduce Mr. Prashal Bagu to you. He is our CISO. Thank you very much.
Can I just confirm that it's all working?
Previous slide, laser pointer.
There we go.
Just stand here for us at the microphone.
Thank you so much. Guys, this is the graveyard shift. So let's see if we can get the energies up and about. But I must say, looking at all the presenters today, there was a common theme from everything that they presented today. Does anyone want to give it a bit of a squiz to think what that item is? Come guys, I think there's a coffee machine up for grabs it. Go for it. Close, but almost there. So I think data is actually where I want to go, because we need to understand what's the value of our data, right? I'm not here to fight with the civil engineers or the electrical engineers, hint, hint. But I'm here to basically create that ecosystem that we can all work together. Guys, I'm Prishal. As Audrey has given me a bit of a title called CISO, which stands for Chief Information Security Officer. But the title I actually prefer, I'm a CFO. Why? Because I just fix everything. Guys, to everyone else celebrating today, happy Diwali. So I couldn't make last night's trip, so I had to spend some time with the family because I was like on a 6 o'clock flight this morning. And I still made the bus tour, so thanks for having me here. Guys, as Audrey has mentioned, I want to talk about the future of cybersecurity. Anyone around the room, what's your take on cybersecurity? And just tell me, don't tell me to secure IT, right? Go for it. What about hacking? What information? There we go. Right? Guys, do we understand the amount of data and the value that it holds? Right? I can tell you I've been in war room situations. When I talk war room, not military grade war room, but where we're talking that customers have been breached. I've negotiated with hackers across the world. I've been part of different boards throughout the world. I still sit on a group that's part of 42 members, and we discuss what are the new super and cyber trends that's happening up to the points of at least 2027 to 2028. I think a common theme that was spoken about today was AI. A lot of people are scared and is fearful around AI taking my jobs. Guys, I can tell you, seeing almost the future, AI can't take all our jobs, right? They can probably take away 20 to a max of about maybe between 45 and 48, as we've discussed. Let's really think about this. You think the amount of experience that Bernard has, we're going to tell AI he can do it? No, we can't. He has a way and a fix that AI has to still train and learn to get there, right? Maybe in about 10, 15 years time, maybe. But let's bring it back home. Let's talk about this irritating thing that drives me up the wall is we all have to basically log into a PC and put in this 12 or 15-digit password, right? And it annoys the hell out of all of us, let's be honest. The problem with that is we want to secure the information there, right? Number one. The other problem that we have is it now becomes so complacent because it becomes difficult to remember. And now there's also this thought maybe 5 years ago when people spoke about your passwords had to be a certain amount of characters, because if we used a supercomputer back then, that it will take so many years to actually crack that password. But lo and behold, with the likes of AI and supercomputers and quantum computing, the CSIR actually allowed us to basically test these theories, and we've proved it, that those 30 years that it will take to basically crack those passwords can now be done in 3 minutes. Right? So if you really think your data is safe, rethink your strategy, right? Before you're thinking of posting something on social media, right? I want you to ask yourself the question, is this good enough to be on the front page of our newspaper? And then you got to start questioning, am I posting? What am I posting? And why am I posting it? So it's these sort of things. Guys, I'm not here to make you fearful about IT. All we say is we need to understand what the value of our data and what we're putting out there, right? Guys, let's see if we can get through this. So as we touched on very cleverly, we are speaking about data being the phenomenon of not even this century. If I have to tell you some of the numbers of data that we see in the environments, one of the large telcos that I was working with many years ago. At that point, just one of the countries in Africa had 9 petabytes of data, which was more than a whole about 6 or 7 countries put together. So can you imagine the amount of data that they're processing on a daily basis? There was earlier conversation around how we're getting data 5 to 7 seconds later. What if somebody altered that data? How are we testing the quality of the data? How do we know that data is actually real? Sorry, Bernard, just trying to give myself a bit of a job there. Guys, this was one of our leading experts. As you can see, one of the largest companies in the world. And this is what she had to say. Is it me? Click up, gone in the blink. Ah, here we go. We believe that data is a phenomenon of our time. And we talk about it's going to transform every profession and industry. Is that not true? Think of your Facebook, think of your Instagram, think of your TikTok. How many times you've liked something and all of a sudden you got spammed with all of these other adverts? That's all about you just clicking and an algorithm behind the scenes now telling you what you want. I was actually one of the judges at one of these large startup organizations, and we were giving a prize away for one of the biggest innovations that came out. And what he actually came up with was, as we were watching a movie, whether it be on your Netflix or Showmax, and if there was an outfit or some item in the movie that you liked, you could actually click on it and purchase it immediately. Right? Look at the other delivery services. We don't want it next week and 2 weeks' time. We want it now. Right? And all that happens because of data. Right? So, just based on what she said there, and by the way, she said this last year, 2023. Now we can understand what she was talking about back then. And the true inevitable that she spoke about was cybersecurity. So guys, like I said, I reiterate, this is not a fear-based exercise. I do not teach by fear. It's more about education. It's about you taking the message back to your fellow loved ones and make sure we can basically alert them about the negativity of posting the wrong information. One of my mentors back in the day, he had written a book. And the one thing he spoke about is now that we have access to data, talking about connectivity, and sending that information so fastly and vastly across the globe, what if we basically sent the wrong information? So I go back to the original point that I made. Please be careful what you post out there. It can be used negatively, right? And always just ask yourself, is this okay enough to be posted on the front page of the newspaper? Just moving on a little bit quicker. Guys, we want to talk about the future threats. I know we spoke about autonomous vehicles. I've actually under a strict NDA in one of the large motor manufacturers because we found some vulnerabilities in their software that we were able to basically take over their vehicles. So there was a movie that came out a couple of years back where we had all these autonomous vehicles just falling out of the buildings, etc. Guys, it's possible. We've seen it happen. So the future is bright, but it's also what we want to shape it to. Moving along, we spoke about critical infrastructure. Once again, Bernard, sorry, I'm not picking on you, I promise. But the critical infrastructure, do we have the right amount of information that's securing it? We all know what happens when we don't have, well, when we had load shedding, if you want to call it that, hopefully it doesn't come back. But the amount of changes we had to make in businesses, how many things weren't available to us when we didn't have power? Now, can you imagine if we went away with no power and no water because it was all taken away? So it's like I said, guys, it's not a fear-based approach. Please, I reiterate that it's not that. But we always obviously have to consider what is the way forward, and it all starts with our data. Data privacy. Yet again, we spoke about passenger information. I saw a backend database that we saw some information on it. Shouldn't be there, guys. It shouldn't be there. One of my claim to fames, when you think of basically swiping your card, you see that small slip come out with those asterisks and hashes. I pretty much touch that technology somewhere. So that's what we do. Yes, I don't go to each slip and type in 17 characters or something. No, we do about 17 billion records per day. And that's the technology behind it. And that's just in one of the large 4 banks. Black Friday is one of the worst days for me. I'm running from bank to make sure that everything is up and running, because just a single second of downtime costs them ridiculous amounts of money. So think about when you want to buy that PS5, it's for half the price and you can't get it because the system is not working. Hopefully, I don't have anything to do with it. But just moving along. So supply chain security. So this is an important aspect that we need to consider. Audrey touched on it a bit earlier. But what we have to consider is that if you are a business and you are sharing your data with a third party, and if that third party gets breached, you are ultimately responsible for that data, right? I just want to reiterate, if you are sharing your customer sensitive data, right, with a third party, and if they get breached, you are still ultimately responsible for that data, right? So for that reason, you have to have certain types of regulations that I'll talk about a bit later. But as part of it is that you have to secure that data. It's not about just sharing anymore, guys. It's about blocking it, holding it until you can prove that person is there. We touched on AI a lot today. There's deep fakes. There was a call that went around on the internet, actually showing that there were 13 people on the call. Out of the 13, there was 1 person that was real. Everything else was AI generated. They looked the same. And they basically all approved a payment on behalf of the CEO. And the CEO wasn't even aware of this. He was on a flight at the point in time. So guys, deep fakes are real. I'm not here to scare you, please. But these are the realities that are happening out in the cyber world. What I want you is to be aware, to be equipped, with the right information to make the right decisions when you need to. Right? Internet of Things. This is an amazing thing. I love it. I live it. Many of us have our smart speakers, our smart homes, home automation, smart fridges I've seen recently at some of the houses. Guys, I don't believe in any of that. If it has an IP address, I can hack it. Right? With the amount of control that you can put about these devices, I personally don't believe in it. The reason why, and this is just me, purely because I know if it breaks at home, I have to fix it. Right? But besides that, the problem is if it has an IP address and if somebody wants to get into it, they will. When we were still kids back in, well, I was a kid back then, university, we could basically tamper with the printers on campus. So all we would do was change the temperature on a printer. And guess what? It would then basically create that the paper would actually catch a light, and hopefully that we could get the day off on campus. Right? Those are just days when we could basically do stupid things. We were kids. The problem is now these attacks and these sort of jokes, as we call it, are happening much more. There's something called ransomware as a service. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but what they would do is somebody, if you were hit with a ransomware note, they will say, okay, fine, you don't have the money to pay this. Give us 5 people that we can basically breach that will have a similar amount of money that we can basically hack. So think about that. Right? I've seen companies lose their businesses. I've seen companies basically close for almost 7 to 30 days. And they don't know what to do. Because remember, everyone thinks, I've got my backups, but I haven't tested it. Oh, I'm getting the success backup story. Yes, it's working. No problem. All good and well. But when last did you activate the services to confirm it's working? Then this huge thing called cyber insurance. Some of the cyber insurers in South Africa are not even covering cyber insurances fully because it's too expensive to cover. We now have to go overseas to start looking at we have the sufficient value for cover. So there's a lot to consider, guys. Please, like I said, I'm not scaring you guys. This is some of the headlines from 2022, 2023. These are literally headlines. So something I wanted to touch on very quickly, the world's largest economies. Some big numbers there, right? How much do you think hacktivism is worth? Why do you think it's so easily available that people want to do it? Somebody throw me a number. Any number. Because I'm pretty sure whatever number you throw me is going to be wrong. That was in 2023, guys. So you want to make some money? Right? Guys, like I said, I reiterate this. This is not a fear-based approach, but these are industry statistics. It's not something that I'm coming up with, right? In sorry, can I go back here quickly? I think there was one thing that we missed. Okay, so with the number of 6 trillion in 2023, the number spoken about on industry is almost 10 trillion by 2025. And that's in dollars, guys. Trust me, I travel a lot. Our ROE doesn't help me. When I'm sitting at Paris airport and you're paying like 400 or 500 rand for a croissant and a cappuccino. Or you're sitting in Dubai and you're getting a coffee and a piece of cake for like 600 bucks. It's scary, guys. So when we're talking about the USD, I'm like, perfect example. I feel it. Guys, something I wanted you all to just touch on, thinking of the transport sector specifically, it doesn't matter what type of transport, but just think about these things. Why is it valuable? What can you do with it? So we were talking about automatic fare collection, I think it was. And if we consider somebody else got a hold of the card or the ticket, right? There's a use case I wanted to touch on very quickly. So if this goes further, I think the batteries are dying on this. No, it's Harry's laptop. Yeah, it's Harry's laptop, guys. I think it's that day. It's that time of the day. We need to call it a day. I'm pretty sure it's not. I think it just needs to be refreshed. Guys, while we wait for Harry to bring up the slides, any questions about what you've seen thus far?
Which slide have you been on?
Much further. I think it was one back. Back again. Back again. Yeah, I was here. Just want to see if it does play. Yeah. Guys, I'm just gonna play out the whole slide for you. Nope, not working. I'll go back to my IT days. Let's see, it's not playing. Nope. It's supposed to be showing. It's not coming up. More details, and then others will come up.
That's so funny.
It's not even doing anything there. I'm sure it's time to go home, that's why.
Let's make use of the Zoom screen that side. Just give me 2 minutes.
No problem. Okay. Guys, we're talking about passenger privacy. Like I said, very, very important. The idea of a smartwatch almost irks me. And that's just me as a person, not because my kids don't like it or my wife doesn't use it. It's the problem that it can basically track you. It can track your movements, can track your heart rate. I don't know how much of this I can tell you. Recently, there was some kidnapping that happened in Johannesburg. I had called in about 15 minutes after it happened. I mean, guys, something's wrong here. Give me some time. I'll come back to you. Within about 7 minutes, I said, no, I need to speak to the dad. Okay, I think Harry is busy with it. I said I had to speak with the dad. And the scenario that we were basically poised with was it was a business deal that went sour. The problem was there was routine behind it. There was also a further issue where they found that, yes, it was a business transaction that went faulty. They knew what meds the guy needed. They asked for him just to stay alive. They asked for 2 Bitcoin. Per Bitcoin at this point in time is about $13,000. Right? The main reason is that it's not traceable. But remember, the 2 Bitcoin was only to keep him alive and give him his meds. Further to that, they kept him alive for another 2 weeks. The amount that was in question was 100 million rand. So guys, all I'm saying is, I reiterate, this is not a fear-based approach. But you gotta be careful what you're putting out there, because you don't know who those bad actors are and what they can use against you, right? So your bank card information. Recently, there was another trip that we were in Brazil. One of the biggest things that the authorities were complaining about was not just smash and grabs like we would know here in South Africa. They would smash and grab to stop you, then basically steal your account details from your phone and make you transfer the details immediately because obviously you have access to it. And the worst part is the bank can't do anything about it because you authorize the transaction. So there's these sort of things that are not just bad in South Africa, guys. It's worldwide. But the idea and my message to you today is please equip yourselves with these sort of strategies to be more equipped to make the right decisions, right? That is the outcome and the takeaway I want you all out of today's session, right? Somebody asked me, so you got this big mouth about this, and this. What's your key strategy around it? I said, guys, whether you use an Android or an Apple, and I don't even get to that debate, right? I'm an Android user, by the way. My wife and my daughter kill me about it every single day. But about that, guys, change the logo of the app or hide the app or use a separate account if you got your savings in it, right? We got to take these extra measures because very much like investing, if you don't make that sacrifice to do the extra work, no one's going to do it for you, right? It's a sad reality, guys. Because when you're sitting there crying that somebody took all your money, it's not a nice place to be in. Sure, as long as it's working. Is it supposed to work? Okay, I think we're like 2 slides ahead. Can we go to the previous slide, please? Yeah. Actually, one more, please. We were talking about passenger privacy. One more. There we go. So operational continuity. Let's see if this part works. No. Yeah, it's there. Data breaches. Once again, it's about what we have in our environment. The biggest problem with IoT, yes, it basically saves us from a lot. The problem is you can basically not patch it very easily, even if there is a vulnerability on it, right? I remember there was this large glass manufacturer that we were asked to come in. He says, yes, I know I've got vulnerabilities, but how do I get downtime from management? I run a 24/7 business. He said it'll be cheaper for us to go down than actually try and do maintenance. So it's these sort of things we got to consider. Risk versus reward. It's not an easy decision, but these are things we have to deal with. Public safety. Recently being out in Dubai, we hardly see policemen around, but everything is monitored. When I say everything, sitting in an Uber, you will actually watch the drivers specifically stop before the line. I'm guilty that I don't even in Joburg or Cape Town when I'm driving, we will stop close to the line or just over the line. In Dubai, you'll get a 3,000 dirham fine within 2 hours just by crossing the line. But it's also about the process, and maybe our friends from City of Cape Town can implement something to make a new revenue stream. But that's exactly it. Guys, using technology, the guys tell us within 20 minutes, maximum 2 hours, they get an SMS sent to their phone. They'll either tell them, either do you want to pay it or do you contest it? If you contest it, you have so many days and you still have to pay the fine sooner or later. But these are things that happen in some of these other countries. It's not that they're forcing us to basically be scared or fearful. It's a process that they have using technology to take it forward, right? But the beauty part is it's about safety. It was one of my first trips to Dubai with my wife, and she was still scared to leave her stuff on the table. She's like, I'm South African. And I'm like, no, don't worry. Go to the restaurant. We'll come back and your stuff will be there. But she was shocked. She's like, no, I don't trust it. But I can pretty much tell you, I'm evidence of it. You can leave whatever you want to. It's safe. I think on the bus that we went on earlier, I was even scared to leave my laptop on the bus. Right? Guys, we South African. I always tell a lot of the OEMs, when you want to test something, test it in South Africa. Bring it here. So that's why when Bernard told us earlier that they found a way to tamper-proof this, I'm like, wow, amazing. I'm happy we're doing stuff like this. It's just that it also makes us train ourselves to be better than everyone else, because that's what we want to do. Sorry, I was just finishing with the last two there. Regulatory compliance. Guys, this is a very, very big thing. POPIA. When we think of GDPR, there's many regulations. You know, earlier on, I think Harry spoke about the ISO certifications that I think JC Auditors was talking about, whether it was 9,000, 14,001, 45,001, and our famous one, which is 27,001, which is around data privacy. You have to basically be looking after your customers' data, whether it be a simple thing like your smart shopper app for that matter. You have to protect your data. If there's a breach, it's how the information regulator actually calculates what those fines are. It's the number of records multiplied by a certain amount, and they look at your revenue. So you have to basically take care of all of these things. If you are working in a BI space or a data space, guys, please make sure you're protecting that data, right? And the last one is about maintaining trust. I spoke about it earlier. Guys, you have to have the quality of data and have those checks and balances to know what's in your data. And that's how you maintain that trust throughout it. Harry, please, next slide. I wanted to touch on this specific incident. It's called the San Francisco Muni ransomware attack in 2016. I'm hoping we got some of the MyCity guys here. So the problem was this happened on Black Friday. The ransomware attack took place on 2016. They took all the systems down, and for the entire weekend, they had to give free rides to the entire city of San Francisco, because some hackers decided to basically play some games and drop some ransomware. Somebody clicked on the link, and all the systems shut down. And to avoid shutting down all the systems, literally the entire, I think they took almost 8-9 days to basically recover systems. But imagine no revenue income for that period of time. And now we're forgetting about the consulting services on top of that you have to pay upfront. Otherwise, no one's going to come in and help you, right? And remember, everyone's coming in after hours. So they like, open checkbook, guys, right? So once again, consider these things. They happened. These are not stories I'm making up, guys. There's tons of stories I can share with you, real life scenarios. I can talk about in the transport industry where we want to monitor what your petrol usage is, how diesel is getting missing, all of that stuff, right? But think about if we had to just change a metric on that. And we just said, instead of saying that your tank is full, it's actually empty. Think of your coal mines with the trains moving up and down. We could use AI technology to tell you what is the optimum speed to use so that you don't waste any of the resources to finally use that speed to get to your destination. And that's where we can use technology to do the right things, not always for the negative, right? But the problem is there is always that bad lot of apples. Think about when we were back in school, there were always those 3 guys at the back of the room that always were the naughty ones, right? Hopefully I wasn't one of them if my teachers are watching this. But yeah, we have to think of this reality, right? But you got to remember, hacktivism specifically is not a small bunch of people, guys. It's now turned into a business. We've been on a couple of trips to actually go and monitor where these guys tell you, they call it the 99 Rand scam, where they will basically tell you, you know what, you have the service, we would like to sell it to you. And then you can go to your bank and try and cancel this debit order, but you could never, right? And the reason it comes, they call it the 99 Rand scam, because only at 100 Rand and upwards would you get the notification for it. So you got to think about these things. And half the time, these guys have your data, or they're a business that's closed down and they just have your data and they continue harvesting it. I touched on the data breaches, but public safety risk, very importantly, I think we spoke about this a little bit. We use our data for everything. Whether it's shopping, we know where you're going. All we got to do is get into your phone. Guys, there's a cable I have. It looks exactly like a USB-C cable. What it's got in it is I've built a Raspberry Pi onto it. And within 30 seconds, I can pull all your data off your phone. And now, these days, with your phone, it is our lives. Let's be honest. So just think about what you're doing, right? As much as it's part of our life, my question is, what sort of mitigating factors have you put in place to avoid that happening if it does? Do you have the right cloud backups? Have you tested? Do you have the right passwords? Do you still remember what password your backup was? I had that problem recently. I upgraded my phone and the lady did my transfer. And then I checked, she only transferred one of my WhatsApps, not my second WhatsApp. So I lost some of my conversations. But these things happen, guys. Me as a security professional can tell you where the sort of gap was. So I'm sharing what happened to me. So if I made that mistake, imagine what you guys are going through, right? So guys, we all human. We're not robots. All I'm saying is, guys, we do make mistakes, right? All I'm saying is when you are in that trouble situation, it's very much like a hijacking. You know, the one thing they say to you, don't antagonize the hijacker, just don't look at them. But me, when I was faced with the situation, I started negotiating with the hijackers. After being through some counseling, etc., I then found out I did one of the most stupidest things. But all I did was I was trying to buy time. And then it was the hardest thing I had to ever go through. My kids were on the other side of the vehicle. My big daughter had a gun against her head. My small daughter was holding on to her for her life. My wife ran to me. I pushed her head underneath the steering wheel. And this guy, so I sort of turned the vehicle door, but I faced my body in a way. I said, if he shoots, I hope he doesn't shoot any vital arteries, because we went into fight or flight. And that's the situation we're in. So you have to think about, in the worst situation, what's the best outcome you can get? Because the stupidest thing I did was obviously try and negotiate with them. And I just said, guys, you're not getting anything, so you'd rather leave. Right? I know it wasn't the most manly thing at that point in time to do, especially when you have a gun placed to your head. But it was about being in the moment and making the right calm decision. Right? So I know I'm moving it a little bit, but you got to understand the use cases behind it. Guys, it's daily things that go through our minds. You know, we don't know what to do. And the outcome could have been very different. I must be honest, I've been told time and time again, it was a very stupid thing you did. And mind you, it was driving into my sister's driveway. So it's not like we were going somewhere fancy or whatever the case was. Once again, like I said, the main reason that I want to bring up that use case, somebody hacked into their driveway gate. And that's why when they tried closing it, it wasn't closed. Right? So we've all heard of the scenario where you come in with Toyota or your Ford vehicle and you go there, there's no damage and the vehicle's gone. So it was the same thing that happened here. Financial impact, guys, it's not just the fines you need to consider about. We got to think about replacing systems. Sometimes you have to change staff. These are not cheap things to do. So it's best to think about the security, right? The best way I can bring it down to a granular level, think of an onion. Each part to get to the middle of that onion, you have another layer and another layer and another layer. That concept is actually called defense by depth, which means that at your home, you have an alarm system. Then you have some electric fencing. Then you have a gate on your door. Maybe you have another door inside your house that you lock in the evening that separates you from the entrance door to where your family sleeps. It's these mitigating factors that we put in our real life situation. What I'm asking you guys to do now, think about your data, similarly like your house, and basically protect it. Right? Guys, I know you might not think your data is valuable, but it's when you start looking on the dark web, right? So think of the internet as a whole. Now you have a whole parallel universe of the dark web where we can pick, choose, and refuse what data we want. There was a breach that happened in December recently, well, last year, December. They retried to breach that wasn't customer, if I could say, on the 9th of August this year. The problem was that data was still on the dark web. So whichever bad actors worked on that, they did the reconnaissance to basically find out how the usernames are created, where they created, and they could get into the system. Thank God to some of the systems we had implemented after that, that we were able to stop the attack. And we said, hey, guys, there's a problem here. Block that access. Anything else comes out of it, it's not going to happen. These things happen. They're real life scenarios, guys. Please don't think you're only watching movies. This is on a daily basis. My staff members ask me, when do I sleep? I hardly get a chance to sleep because you don't know when you're going to get that call. Guys, I need your help. It's not easy places to be in, but being at one of the CISO banquets recently, people didn't understand what CISOs do. And the one thing that we could all agree upon is if there's no CISOs, we're all dead, right? Guys, one of the scenarios that came up, think of farming. If we had no water, if our water got damaged, right? It happens. We've seen some of our dams with aging infrastructure, right? If we had no water, no electricity, no food, what happens? There's a lot to consider. Please go to the next slide. Sure. Guys, these are some of the vulnerabilities we should be considering. Legacy systems. We're not saying that having Windows 7 on your environment is allowed, but there's certain scenarios where we do, all we're saying is protect it around it. We understand what the requirements are, risk versus reward. Internet of Things, I think we went a lot into that. I'm not going to focus too much. Third-party vendors, very similarly. We have some automated tools we can look at in your environment. You can always have a chat with Audrey later on. We can set up customer demos for you. But guys, our message here today is about education. Take the education, use it, utilize it, know what we're talking about. Right? Guys, there's always these real-life use cases we can share with you, and we can move on from there. Cloud infrastructure. Guys, you're lucky enough, you all have an alternate supply of electricity. That's why you have the different big cloud data warehouses here and the hyperscalers that are based in Cape Town. So you have that access. Not saying that we don't in other parts of it, but because a lot of them are now rated as tier 4 data centers and not just tier 3, it's because you have an alternate power source besides just the electricity out of Eskom. So very, very important. Remote access systems. Guys, I don't even know where to start with it. I've seen guys breaching through something like AnyDesk and Zoom recently because of the vulnerabilities behind it. It's out there. Guys, if there's an update there, don't wait for it. If you can, do it, no problem. Next slide, please, Harry. Harry, you can actually just play out the slide and we can go through it together. So guys, what I've done is, what I wanted you to consider the problems we have on the left-hand side. I know we spoke about data a lot, right? Remember, as Popia, we talk about the different elements of PII data. We need to start protecting those things. So very easily, it's your name, surname, your ID number, male, female, phone number, email address. It's those sort of items that have to be protected. What we are saying is, guys, when it's together, it's a problem. If we had it mixed up, very different scenario, because nobody knows what it looks like or how to trace it back to who the original person is. Access control, I think we spoke about this a lot. Protect your major crown jewels, as we call it, which is your major data. And then we got to consider who has access to it from an auditing function. We can't be giving the keys to our kingdom to just everyone. Security audits. Guys, this is an ongoing thing. Previously, it was a tick box exercise. I just need to do my pen test once a year. That's over, guys. Now you actually test what it is, you know what it is, and you basically start reactive and being proactive around your entire security control. Guys, I'm not going to touch on the other ones. It's very straightforward. Advanced measures. This one here is where I'm saying, guys, we have problems. Here we have solutions. So if you're not sure about any one of these or you want further info, please reach out to me. I'm very active on social media, especially on my LinkedIn, etc. I can always help you. If there's a problem that you have that you're not sure about, there's probably somebody in the network we can point you in direction to, or we can help you directly. Or it might just be something you're not sure about on a new project. How do we scope it? You know, it's those sort of discussions, because our message today is about education. It's not just sales and making money, guys. That will always come. It's about building relationships and education. Harry, next slide, please. Guys, I think the slide speaks for itself. We want to do collaboration. When we say collaboration, we can help your business do better. What do we mean by that? When you are secure and you're making lots of money, hopefully we'll get some of that money helping you in the security world. So yes, it is about the PO end of the day. We all need money. But the difference is it's not about just taking the money. It's about getting the value of the service and how we take it forward. Right? Public and private partnerships, we work very closely with a number of companies and intelligence agencies. We know some of the attacks that might be happening. And when we see it coming out of certain countries, we know how to stop it. Not just us as me, no. I have a team behind me and we've got a couple of 100 other people behind them. So there's a lot that we can do from those scenarios. Continuous monitoring and improvement. Guys, there's so much that can be said here. If you're not monitoring it all the time, you don't know where your gaps are. Right? I think I touched on it earlier, where we spoke about if you're getting data 5 seconds later, you don't know if that data is trustworthy or not. Next slide, please, Harry. Actually, you can play out this entire slide. So guys, this is my message to you, and hopefully it's something I can give back to every one of you. The common types of human errors, think of your weak passwords, etc. Shouldn't be having the same password for all your different applications. Please don't. If there's just one character, you can go different. I know somebody was chatting to me the other day and she says, hey, I found a new way to basically work my password. She says, I go through the different Disney characters. I'm like, wow, it's different. But you got to be innovative and find these loopholes that work for you, right? Security hygiene, guys, you started, I promise you, it'll be across everyone else you start interacting with, because we're now being aware of it, we're being alerted about it, and we continue doing so, right? It's not just sharing a video that you don't know what it's about. Now you can basically be armed with the right technology and understanding of whether I should share this or not. Neglecting software updates. Guys, I think we spoke about this as well, right? Oh, no problem. Why do people make these errors? Complacency is a very big thing. Guys, it just becomes too tedious, too time consuming, and some of these updates are just too large, right? So don't let that set in, right? Cognitive overload. I'm not sure if anyone wants to take this one. So just the quick understanding is there's so much to do and we're always busy. Do we have the time for this nonsense? My point is change the idea, and this is not nonsense. It's something that's important The other stuff might stop if you don't do this, right? And I think the last ones I want to touch on just very quickly to combat human error is those there. Is there anything that you guys want to ask? I will give you this time now. I know I spoke a lot. I can go on much longer. I know I'm not allowed to, thanks to Harry. But guys, any questions that you have from the audience? Harry, you can go into the next slide as well. Smile, guys. It's not all doom and gloom. Please go ahead.
Wait.
Speaking that loud.
There's many people online. I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm Susan from Aquating Training. Thank you for your presentation. Something that I want to ask, maybe it's not the right platform to ask this, and it's something that students normally ask me. What about human trafficking? How do we trace that?
Can we rather take that one offline? It's a long discussion, but there is a lot happening in it. There are some NDAs in place that I cannot say on an open platform, but there is a lot happening in that space. It is something that's very close to me, very much like mental awareness and health awareness. And yeah, the mental stuff that's happening right now is something that's very close to me. That's why I'm always happy to touch on topics like that, but I'll prefer doing it in a private setting.
Thank you.
Sorry, Harry. Oh. Guys, what did you think of the presentation? It's a bit of an eye-opener. I promise you, it's not about fear, guys. You know, it's almost at a point of now when a customer phone and said, we just got breached. I'm like, okay, guys, let's find the way forward.
We got a company that looked into our ATC system a few years ago to check the security.
Right.
And it was amazing. Bernard Westhuizen, City of Cape Town. In my presentation, I showed you our area traffic control system and the service, all that. It was much more simpler at the time. But we got a company to do a cyber safety check. And it's amazing what they came out with, how many hits we had. I don't know what you call it in your language, in that language there. But yeah, it's amazing how many hits we had. And sorry for hacking into your laptop and messing your controls up during your presentation. It's not true. But very good.
Thank you.
Any other question? There we've got one.
Thank you very much for the enlightening presentation. I was just also curious, you know, after you mentioned all those aspects of cybersecurity and you mentioned about backups, where do we back up at? Is it a physical infrastructure? But perhaps I think it is the cloud. But how safe is the cloud? I just wanted to hear your perspective in terms of the cloud and backup issues and all that.
So let's touch on cloud specifically. Cloud is somebody else's PC, right? You got to understand that. And remember, it works on a shared responsibility model, which means you're responsible, you bring in your data, we will look after certain things, right? But remember, you used to have the Toyota Corolla at the back of your garage. Normally, I'm talking about the data centers. Now you have this Ferrari. You don't have to wait 6 weeks to basically wait for hardware to be delivered. You can spin up a new VM right now. The problem is, with that security that you used to have at your data center, you're not thinking that you need to put it here. And that is some of the, I don't want to say wrong, but it's the incorrect way of thinking about it. Because you can bring the platform, they will give you platform as a service. You need to bring the security around your infrastructure. Because that's all it is. It's somebody else's PC that you're hosting your data at. Yes, they've got certain controls in place that make it far cheaper for us. But the problem is there's certain parts around your data that you need to basically take ownership of, where you can start putting things like your WAF, your web application firewall. There's some of the OEMs we work with. We've got 6-second SLAs. That means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we can stop an attack. Right? So guys, and they stand by it. In the event that we fail to basically secure your environment within that time, we will pay you back a penalty fee from our side. So that's the amount of trust we have in certain technologies. You know, chatting to somebody earlier and they're like, oh, Vic IT, you do IT, right? I'm like, yeah, only certain parts. We can do the normal stuff, but we normally get very involved into the niche stuff, right? Talk to us about security. Talk to us about, give us a solution that's bespoke. There's some of our large customers here in Cape Town that we can talk about. I don't know what I'm allowed to say, but I know I'm also against time. But happy to have these discussions, guys. Like I said, it's purely around education. It's about you taking that messaging out, and who knows who you're going to speak to. You're going to speak to 10 other people. You're going to speak to 10 other people. Who knows? All I want to do is that we are being cyber aware, right? Especially with our kids. I'm a strict dad at a certain level where, yes, my kids have WhatsApps, etc. But all of that is controlled by what I allow them to see. Because if we don't take that responsibility for our kids, are we setting them on the wrong way or wrong path? It's something we have to consider. Because if we're not setting the example, who is for them? Guys, I'm going to leave it there.
There's one question, yeah.
Sorry, just one more. Is there maybe a hint or something that you can give us if we have to receive an email? Is it maybe a hacker, or is it really coming from somewhere that we can answer?
100%. So guys, there's a couple of things you should always look for, right? In the email, are you expecting to get this huge payout of 100 million USD out of some family member that died 20 years ago? Right? Guys, I think I touched on that last item. Don't be fooled. If you know you weren't expecting it, where do you think this is going to come from? And funny enough, there was actually an article that came out this week with one of the blue banks, where they said they're actually giving out money that was due to customers. And some of the numbers are actually quite large. So as much as I want to say that I'm wrong in a certain way of answering your question, but you have to basically be careful. Number one, clicking on links. Sometimes you don't have to click on the link, just hover your mouse over the link to see where it goes to. And then open up that link somewhere else on one of your other devices. Just don't click on a link that you're not sure about, right? We have to be cyber aware. It's very simply, when we're driving, we will follow the rules, right? We're not just going to drive at 160 km an hour on an urban road or a rural road for that matter. It's the same thing with IT, right? Think before you click. Oh, thank you for that, David.
Can I say it was a serious, interesting, but scary presentation? Thank you very much. We've taken note. I'm quite sure many people would like to talk to you guys. So thank you very much for that. Ladies and gents, we're going to say goodbye to our online audience now. Thank you very much for joining. We really appreciate you guys being with us. And we see you next time. Again, the next Transit Forum event is the 3rd of December. I'm not too sure whether we're going to have one in November. 3rd of December, it will be our year-end celebrations at the Emperor's Palace in Johannesburg. But hopefully I'll see a lot of you guys there. But thank you very much. Goodbye. Thanks.